All right, hello there. Hello there. Hello there. It is that time. It is that time. We are about to get the ball rolling here. We got everybody in. Looks like all our tokens are set. I have to update that later. Yeah, hope you guys are having a wonderful day. A wonderful Wednesday. Ooh, wonderful Wednesday. That's fun. A lovely Wednesdays. Yes. So we are about to get to episode 21 already. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Or when you have to wait a week. But anywho, yeah. We're gonna get started in the next, you know what, let's make it the next couple minutes. And yeah, as I round them up and get them into D&D mode. So sit back, eat up a popcorn, and enjoy the roleplay. All right. Water attained. Hold on to your butts. So,
Yeah, now that you're hydrated.
yep. So who would like to do a recap for an inspiration? To which there's so many of you with inspiration. It's like you guys never used it or something.
I'm gonna use my inspiration this time, no matter what.
I
I
hope so.
typically do. I just didn't have a reason to use it. What was I going to use it on?
Yeah, did we roll anything last time?
Here's the recap. We went to town for a quick 15 minutes because we were gonna go in and out. We were going to the store. We weren't gonna buy anything. We weren't gonna window shop, right? Just in and out with the essentials, and that lasted 3 hours.
Technically, you didn't buy anything, so that is accurate.
Is that the recap? I haven't taken notes in a
That
long
was the
time.
recap.
I'm sucking at note taking lately.
I was taking notes. I just didn't have many notes from it. Everybody, let's see. We got bathed. We talked to a bunch of people. Talked to the guild master stuff.
Ooh,
Took
Goblin
everybody, the family.
disappeared on the table. Fairy table. Feywild table.
Oh yeah, we sent it to
That
the
was
Feywild.
exciting. Guys, I think we should
Technically, we
all
got him
just.
hired with a new job.
I think we should all just start a new adventure through the Feywild table. Let's all sacrifice ourselves. Surely we'll all end up at the same spot.
There is a parallel campaign going on his Tuesday group that technically we live in the same world as, and they were in the Feywild for the longest. And the idea, I think, is for Christmas, we're gonna meet them and fight them to the death. Something, right?
Yeah, probably that's a perfect Christmas theme.
Well, if this was Doctor Who, it would be.
But
Yeah, we took the
load up
family.
the wagon.
We definitely
again?
loaded up the wagon. We got rid of the goose. The goose carries a suitcase that has Price sleeping in it. Centaur guy is gonna pick up the wagon, the carriage, and rush forward with it.
Our guy. Wow.
Kaito. Oh, we slept in the mayor's bed chambers, and then I
You
wrote
did.
mom and dad about it. I was so proud. See.
Did I miss the part where did you mention about how you met the guild mistress and you guys had a wonderful chat about like getting to know each other? And there was discussion of Drider anatomy at some point.
Welcome.
Uh-oh, can you
yeah,
guys
we
hear
can
me?
hear you, but Kuth isn't
Oh, okay.
acknowledging.
We shall have
Oh,
no
okay.
fear, as there
Sorry,
is
I
a
was
red
talking
here.
to Nito. I was muted.
Oh, it's fine.
How dare.
It's fine. I
It's
thought you were getting
fine.
ready
I'll
to gaslight it.
continue to right? I'll
Like,
just
that never
continue to get
happened.
to talk about you guys. It's fine. Yeah, I think you definitely made a friend with the mayor though.
We're just getting
You guys
started,
are practically
and they're doing the recap from
Yeah,
previous
and with
session.
us being nice and letting people stay in his home and like refugees until we get like buildings and stuff sorted. They offered to let us sleep in, if you take your eyes up here to where I'm pinging, this one singular room that already has 2 people living in it. No beds, just a a sack of flour on this table.
Like a sour.
And that's it. And they're just like, oh yeah, make yourself at home. You could just sleep on the floor, where all the dirt lives. And I did not want to sleep
Are you
there.
too good for the floor, huh? Plenty of good people are sleeping on the floor. Too good for it?
I am when it's in town. I feel like
But it just went through a crisis.
yeah.
Did you remember that the last thing we did was we headed for the mine?
We were headed for the mines.
Yeah.
Here's that little family that you guys sorted out.
We acquainted them with Flame Lord.
Yeah, the little corgi.
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 This is a fantasy corgi. We call it corgis.
It's like GIF versus a GIF. It's a corgi.
Actually,
No.
perfect because I feel like if you like Kit had never actually interacted with a corgi in life, but learned about them through books and was like, okay, if pronunciation follows these rules, then it's corgi. Like obviously,
No.
I feel like that's actually perfect.
In my
no.
head, I immediately was like, is it corgi or corgi? And I just went with
Corgi.
one, and I turned out to be wrong.
Instant shook.
I think you
I'm
should roll with
sorry.
it.
You're talking to a corgi, Mom. I can't help myself.
I'm gonna
Corgi mom.
adopt a corgi. Or a corgi. Fuck. I'm gonna adopt a corgi and I'm gonna name it Corgi. How about that?
That's
Oh,
adorable.
no. That's messed up.
Perfect for confusing everyone that meets it.
That poor dog will have such identity crisis.
And just name it
People know-
Corgif.
Did we do anything else? We did a lot of stuff, but it was over a long period of time.
And
I
there
met
was
the
a
old
lot
man,
of roleplay.
but didn't really talk to him much because he's all crotchety, like as old men do.
The Aarakocra who prepares the cigarettes in the morning, you kind of chased him around.
I didn't chase him around. I just saw him going to the tavern, and he wasn't
You just
preparing
followed him
any
into places that
cigarettes.
he was going, and you couldn't stealth because you have 4 hooves instead of feet.
I didn't even try to stealth,
you
and he
just
went into the
clip-clop
tavern.
behind him.
I only walked into the tavern to see who this guy was because I hadn't met him yet. That's all.
You mean the same tavern where Kit essentially sacrificed Chef Goblin to the Fae?
Yes, he had a name.
He was
No,
transferred to
His
another.
name was Chef. No, not Chef. It was Saj.
Sis
can't
ARD.
Sis. I don't remember
Right.
anymore. So he
Well,
had a
he told
name.
me that his name was Chef, so I kept calling him Chef because that's what he told me his name was.
It's actually Chef with a ch sound.
It's actually Jeff.
He is a
It's
chef. but
actually
his
a
name
J.
is Chef.
But yeah, so there was a goblin sacrifice to the Feywild that we may never see or hear from again.
But I think
He
we
might be
are at
living
the
and loving his life
entrance.
over there.
Pretty much at the mine now. I don't remember doing anything else really. Oh no!
Oh, we have that long
Christ
rest
kept
and then
trying to
heading back.
die. He kept
Oh,
pretending to
yeah.
die.
Mhm.
All because of Kaido's family superstition.
Oh yeah, like this is fine.
Oh, no, somebody's dead! No, stop! You gotta love family superstitions that only you and your family really follow, and everyone's like, "What is this guy's problem?"
The
Just
guy
don't
cooked
do
named
it!
Cookie. His name was Sis RD because Chef Boy RD.
That was
But other
great.
than all that,
And
yeah, I
he
think
got
we were
really bad
basically good to the
theoretical rolls.
mine, which was
I think-
almost perfect.
You think Price would get better performance rolls today?
It depends on if you say everything's fine.
Oh no! Please don't say that.
Oh, that's great. All right, so
Is that good enough for an inspiration?
hmm
You feel inspired?
you
That was
do.
like a team effort.
I already have one.
I think
I
I
do
have
too.
one. You guys gave me that newbie pity vote, and that's where I got one.
Yeah.
I think I got one for comparing life to a hurricane.
But life
Let's
is
see.
a hurricane.
Move the tokens for you guys as well. Let's see.
Does anyone
That
not
doesn't-
have an inspiration?
How about you, Val?
Uh,
I think I do.
Zed? Price?
he's been muted. I don't know if he knows he's muted, but he's been muted.
But yeah, I have inspiration.
Oh no, we went through all of that, and no one needed one.
I mean, the DM gets it.
Yep, I like this
Sure,
idea.
yeah.
I love this idea actually.
I guess that will
So-
encourage us. to
Shouldn't
use ours.
Scooter get it? Scooter should get it.
Scooter-
Yeah.
No, he unsummoned Scooter, so Scooter's not there.
But he's part of the party. He's the heart of the party.
Price does not
Um,
have one, by the way.
Well,
Well, then Price should get it.
I'm just clicking everybody's sheets. Kaido, you say you have one, but it is not marked on your sheet.
And then he didn't mark it because I don't know how.
You have to mark it. All right.
Oh,
Look at
how do I
your-
do? How do I mark it?
Next
It's
to the
funny.
giant number 4, it's you see
The
it's black, and then you click it and it glows. You make it glow.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'd gotten one from the newbie day that you all pity voted me.
Oh my UI.
All right, so we can give this
I didn't know I
last
had to
one
mark
to Price, and remember we need to use these today because we vote for inspiration at the end, and it goes wasted if we don't use at least one today.
I mean, I like the idea that if you all have inspiration, that it can go to the DM. I like this idea.
What price
But
is
if
this
Price
one?
Price didn't have one, so it should go to him. I
Mhm,
mean,
yeah.
really.
I'd say if
Oh,
we,
Price
if we
isn't
all have
muted, but he's
inspiration-
not saying anything.
I think
so-
if we have all of it, then the Booyogs would get one.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Starting with whip.
Whip.
You do not know the power you wield. You know
I mean,
not
they-
the
they
fate
can't-
you
they-
provide the Booyogs.
They can't hit anything anyway, so
Right. Maybe that would help keep him from dying, though.
You mean the same Booyogs that have 2 chili dogs?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, you guys don't have a hot dog anymore, so it's just 2 chili dogs now.
Wait, what happened to the hot dog? Was there a hot dog?
Yeah,
There
you,
was a
gave,
hot dog.
you gave Flame Lord back to the family. That was a hot dog.
hot
Oh,
Well,
that
there was a
what you mean.
dire wolf and then the chili dogs.
We still had the direwolf.
Oh wait, yeah.
He
We still
almost
have them,
died,
right?
but he didn't actually die.
Right?
yeah, almost got killed by the raptor.
Oh, and we have the raptor too. Didn't Price make buddies with the raptor?
Yep.
The
They're on the
raptor
map.
has a name.
I don't remember the raptor's name,
It
but I
was
do remember it
Jeb.
did.
It was Jeb.
Oh, it was Jeb.
Jeb the
Jeb.
raptor.
Jib.
Just Jeb.
Jib. It's just
That
J
name's
and B.
Jib?
There's no vowels. Jib.
So we're rushing
Alright.
off to the mines.
Yep.
We're playing this StarCraft style. We're gonna build like a little route there, and we're gonna get these goblins to mine for us, and then have a supply line that goes back to the city.
Yep. Fully automated. It's like playing Factorio.
Or Fallout 4, the settlement system. Sorry, we watched the Fallout show, so we had to replay the game.
All right. So, as you load up the wagon and, hook up Kaito's, or Kaito hooks themselves, I don't know, however that goes about. And, that realization. Yeah. In that realization that this is actually a pretty awesome workout to, you go run in the morning, but, to
It's
be
fine.
able
The
to go for a
wagon's gonna
run.
disappear every morning. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. And now you have something to actually pull and get them muscles worked out. So
Muscles.
yeah, muscles.
I don't question no
Muscles.
boss.
Muscles.
Hold on. Gotta copy. Gotta remember to copy tokens. Move them. And yeah, you pretty much hit the road as as best of a road that it is. And it's pretty rocky. It is somewhat cobbled, but it definitely needs work. Probably getting the sense that this road was currently being worked on, but on account of a village almost being burned down, that road construction has probably been put on the back seat for now. But nonetheless, there's a little bit of a road that leads north. Joel Jack, yeah. So as you are pulling the cart, let's start this session off with everybody giving me a perception check.
Oh yeah.
Actually, remember how to do that.
Oh no.
I'm assuming just a normal one.
Wow.
Correct, just a normal one.
Such perceive.
Hey, my token's actually loaded.
Florida didn't see shit. Oh no.
Nope.
So
At least two people are paying attention.
23
Like really
and
paying
a
attention.
20.
Holy damn, nice rolls.
All right. So we got a 23, a 20, a 12. Okay. So Kit and Kalia, as you're making your way along the road, and the further and further you get away from town, the less and less road there is. To the point where it goes from stone, maybe some cobblestone, maybe attempts at some brickwork, all the way to it's just beaten path, just dirt, soil. But obviously people have traveled it, so it's at least a somewhat well-traveled route. However, this wagon seems to be coming. Actually, how fast are you pulling this cart, Kaito? Are you going like full out? Is it just sort of a trot?
I would say like a brisk canter because he doesn't want to take too long because we spent so long at town and we're like, we weren't really supposed to stop all night like we did. But he doesn't want to tire himself getting there. So it'd probably be like a brisk canter.
All right. So that would okay, yeah. So Kit and Kalia, as you are traversing this beaten path, this road, it's best you can call it a road, you do notice that there's a little bit of a dip in the road directly in front, and it doesn't seem like Kaito has noticed it. It doesn't seem like most people have noticed it. And if anything, Flora is probably so distracted that it's almost kind of distracting everybody else. However, you may choose to be distracting other people with your natural one. How would you like to be how would you be distracting people as Flora?
Definite recounting some odd birthing anatomy.
Not birthing anatomy again. Oh no.
Again,
Okay.
there were 2 holes.
What do you mean 2 holes? What?
Well, 3 technically, or 4.
Well, and knowing Kaito's aversion to that topic anyway, I can definitely see how Kaito specifically would be very distracted from what's actually going on in front of him.
Please stop.
Well, I will.
5.
I will take that opportunity to holler at Kaito, be like, "Oh, slow down! Hold on, there's something ahead of us."
What? He would slow down and be like confused though.
And
I'll
once
point
it's,
out the divot in front of us.
once it's pointed out, it's very obvious. Like once it's pointed out, and also as you've gotten closer to it. So this hole, this pothole in the ground, as it were, as you near it, it's not just a hole, and it's not just like, oh look, there's a hole in the ground. It is almost like a line across the road, as if the ground beneath it has somewhat become uneven, and it's it's a very sudden change. So it's not just like, oh, it's a hill and it just kind of goes down a little bit. It's a dip.
Trench?
Yeah, it's almost like a trench, but it's not so big that it's like you can't get around it, but it's just something of note.
Like something as if there was like an onkage burrowing a little too close to the surface, kind of a divot.
Does anyone have a big stick to poke it with?
I got
Price have
big
a sign
stick
still?
for you.
Hey. You behave.
I mean,
Just
we have some rope. We
kidding.
could always lower Val down into it.
Ooh.
Well, I imagine it's covered on the top, so there's no just lowering, is there? Or is there no dirt on top of it? It's literally a trench.
Yeah,
Because I
is it a
imagine it like
hole or a
in the
line?
old cartoons when you saw a gopher go by, you see that little dirt mound. That's what I'm
Yeah.
picturing. Is that is that
Okay.
accurate?
Yeah. So
Okay,
like
so
when
there's
the
no lowering
gopher.
anybody now.
Yeah. So when in those cartoons, usually the ground is above. This is below. Kind of like a little bit gave way underneath the road.
So the
Like a
gopher went
ditch.
through and then it just left. It indented on the way by. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I can picture this in my mind now. Thank you, old cartoons.
Well, okay. So upon seeing this, I'm going to mention, be like, this looks an awful lot like when we ran into those onkage creatures. And I
What is?
wonder, they're kind of like giant burrowing bugs that we may have had some altercations with. But if they're around, we just got to be careful because they do like to jump out from the ground and they burrow quite a bit underground. So there could be other unstable pockets, potentially like creating a sinkhole. So we should be pretty careful as we walk around this area.
Oh, fun.
Mm-hmm.
You guys aren't walking.
I
I have
like
to be
to-
careful walking.
I'd like to look around and be like, I mean, everything actually looks pretty solid here, actually. I think it should be fine.
I don't know. Do we have like a giant walking stick? Like test the ground with it before my
It's a good idea.
horse weight goes on it? That might be, a good idea. Anyone got one?
Who has maybe a sword?
Has anyone got a staff? Wait, I have a staff. What am I talking about? I'm a javelin.
Wait,
That's the word I'm looking for.
Like, you mean that kind of a stick on your back? Is that what you mean?
Oh yeah, I forgot I had that.
I mean, that was good to be prepared, though. Nice work.
All right, so Kid just rolled a performance skill check, but I'm not sure what.
Are you dying because I said it was fine?
Oh,
Oh, you did say it's fine. Dang it! I completely missed it.
no, that was Price that was with the dying because it's fine.
I know, but I figured you were taking over since Price wasn't dying.
No, I was just thinking about making a song about the hole in the road.
Nice.
Oh,
And I was like, doing a performance stick. Yeah, like when everybody else is like, we're stopping and we're pulling the cart over, and the Centaur Kaido has got like the javelin, and they're trying to like, I guess, measure the depth.
javelin.
I'm just gonna like pluck on my lute and just be like, on the road again, there's a big ditch dug into the path ahead, boom, 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 and just like singing in the background.
I love that.
That's amazing. When you mentioned what you wanted to sing about, I was thinking like Deep Hole Road, don't you know? You can't take the wagon across.
Oh, I
That's what
thought
I
you
had
were
in mind.
making
I
a
was like,
song
oh,
about the
Coke Minute.
holes I was referring to.
Oh god, no, please, no songs about. Oh god, no.
Yeah. Yeah, Flora's whole song is going to be a lot different.
That was Kaido's complete quote right there. Ay. All right, so I'll use the I guess bladed end of the javelin to poke at the ground a little bit to make sure it's sturdy enough to walk across. I suppose if that's
Yeah.
permittable, boss man.
I don't know if you should poke that.
You
I mean, how
poke it.
else is he going to find out if we can walk through it?
You poke it with a stick,
The
and
bladed end of the javelin, yes.
as you do so, it gives way. It parts like sand.
Oh, we are not walking over that. Around? Do we go around?
And I'll point to the edge where it still seems solid. Be like, could you keep poking along in a line until we find a solid spot?
Yeah, sure. That sounds completely doable. Yep. Left, right, any preference?
I don't know
Use
what's around us.
wisely.
Do we have a
No, no.
Because I would
All
say
right,
if there's
Kit.
like
I
large
trust you the
rock-
most out of this. Left or right?
Could we?
And he's muted.
Is there any chance we could lift the wagon over this?
Or
And just, like,
maybe
I
hop
know
over
I'm
it?
strong, but I don't think I'm strong enough to actually lift a wagon full of
What if-
people and over hundreds of pounds of stuff.
What if we all hop off and then we help you push and we just run as fast as we can and then try to skip it?
That sounds like a bad idea.
yeah, probably a good way to break the wagon. We could make like almost like a raft but narrow and make
What
like
about a
treads to go
Like,
across.
yeah.
Oh,
Any
I-
planks of
what if
wood?
like
we
wooden
go
stuff?
around it?
Oh,
Well, that was the original suggestion.
where's the
Yeah.
fun in
Oh, man,
that?
why
And
didn't
I
we go
can't
with
let
that
me go
one?
left or right, and he never answered.
Why don't we make an air balloon and
Air
float into space? What the
Space?
fuck are we doing?
I thought we couldn't
I
go
mean-
around it.
It's
Can't we
just the
just-
link
No,
to
he
the
just said
road.
left or right.
Can't we just like move some of the dirt from one area to fill in and make it flat for us?
That sounds like a lot of dirty work I
That's
don't want to
real
do,
smart.
literally.
I'm
I'm
gonna,
clearly
I'm gonna
not
walk.
understanding this whole
I'm gonna
thing.
walk around it, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Which
Good luck,
side
be
do you go?
safe.
Okay, so yeah,
Kit-
where are you going, right or left?
That's why I keep asking Kit, but he ain't answering.
What price? Where are you going? Where are you going, right or left of it? Oh no,
Well, price is always right. So
Oh yeah,
Are you going left or
that
you going
tracks.
right?
He's
How
right.
wide is this ditch?
Because price is always right.
10
I
feet.
don't know. 10
Okay,
feet.
I'm gonna jump it.
You can jump 10 feet?
It said
Can
10
I
feet.
jump 10 feet? He said
10.
10.
10 feet.
1
I
0.
thought this was a speed bump. All right.
He said 10 feet. I'm like, you can jump 10 feet? I might
think-
be able
I
to.
think
I don't
jumping-
actually know. How
Looking
do I find
It is
out?
10 feet, though.
Cubed, can you tell
Alright.
us, are there like large rocks on either side? Because my logic is if there's like boulder size rocks that are not falling in the ground, then around them is probably safer than in an open area.
You don't see any very large rocks, at least from the road side or path side.
What about trees?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
there
sorry.
there are many trees on both sides. Conifers, yeah, conifers. Yeah, there's like conifers on either side. I mean, you're still in a forest. It's just this is a more traveled path than trying to navigate through the trees.
I'm just thinking maybe we could go close to one of the trees and test the soil there. Because if the trees aren't falling in, then there's got to be stable ground around them, right?
Did
Maybe.
anything happen to Price when he went around?
Yeah, because he went right.
He's going right.
Does this seem man-made? Can I investigate this? Does this look like a bandit set up a trap to keep people from traveling through here so that they could ambush them?
Oh yeah,
Or does it look like mole people just dug a hole? You know what I
Give
mean?
me an investigation. And Price,
Can I help him?
You sure could.
All
And
right, I'm going
Price,
to help you do your investigation.
Alright, was
how
it
far to the
80
right do you
feet
go?
bandit?
Wait, where did you find it? You can jump 8 feet. I'm still looking at how far I
It's
can
the
jump.
D&D rules. It's whatever your strength is.
I don't know what.
You can jump 16 feet, Kaido.
Okay, so I would be probably the only one who could jump that.
So
I think I could
if I have
jump it.
-1,
No, not your modifier, the number underneath it. So it's probably an 8 then if you're
Oh,
near
okay.
one. That's what I am
yeah,
too.
I was gonna say
If we get a 10-foot head start, we can jump whatever the strength number is. So I could do 8 feet, which still wouldn't clear this.
So, Price, since you just chose to go to the right first, so like how far are you wanting to go? Are you just going to like a tree line and stop there? Or are you just going to keep going until you don't see any divots in the ground?
I guess, yeah. I don't. It's hard to picture what this is. I've had like 3 different visions of what we've come across so far.
Yeah, can you describe the
So-
hole one more time?
So imagine you were along this dirt path and you come up to this kind of pit in the road. It's not like a pit that you're just gonna everybody's just gonna collapse and the whole wagon's gonna fall. It's just a divot, kind of like a little like somebody took an ice cream scoop and scooped it across
a
the road.
pool of quicksand.
Like when you're making sandcastles at the beach and you're making the moat and you scoop it with your hand, but it's 10 feet wide, right? And then, or lengthy, right? Lengthwise.
Yeah, and it spans the
Okay.
entirety of the path.
And
I
so
mean,
on either
like-
side of the path is what? You said trees?
Trees, yep, conifers on either side.
Trees and bushes and thickets.
So if it looks like if we can't get around it with the wagon, because that was the initial sort of thing, we just go around it. Then yeah, we'll try and we got to figure out some way of getting the wagon across. It sounds like.
So,
Well, I still propose since we're in a forest and we have a variety of tools, that we
tools are getting-
get some branches or some saplings and lash them together, like, maybe 3 or so, and lay them across to create tracks for the wagon to go across. That would be my suggestion. We should
Hmm.
have enough rope that we could do that, and then we can reclaim our rope. Or leave them there, but probably good to take our rope with us in case we need it. That's what I would suggest. But I would need help because I
don't
also
know
only have
anything
an 8 strength.
I was just heavily distracted by my
wagons-
corgi. What did I just miss? I'm so sorry.
Okay, we're just getting over the pit. I'm
Okay.
not an expert on wagons here, but Price, I bet you know how to get a wagon across a sticky patch of ground.
Didn't he
Oh,
walk
well.
off?
Kalia was probably on the right track, I guess. There's got to be some sort of bridge.
We could make something.
That
I
sounds
can
good.
knock the
Are you
tree over.
confirming that we can't go around? Like it's too thick? Or is
Well,
it
that's what I was asking, how far around people are trying to go. From what
Like,
you can
does
see
the
with the,
wagon get around.
I mean, do you try to get it to go around? Because there is, like I said, there's trees on either side, so you kind of have
I
to.
think we'd probably
get
be
to the
able to
forest.
look
Just
at it
wanna
and
eyeball it
assess if
and-
we could get a
yeah.
whole ass wagon through there.
You could probably, if you
So-
take the wagon around, maybe you just don't know how far this ditch actually goes. Is the
But Price
Dang.
does, right? He's attempted to go around.
that's what I was
Price, go
asking
see
how
if
far
we
he
can,
goes.
Price, go scope out those woods and see if we can get this wagon through there. But yeah,
Alrighty.
Okay, so while Price is doing that, then we'll get to the investigation, which you were trying to determine if it would be some kind of an
Man-made or
ambush.
man-made? Yeah, I just want to know, is this man-made? Like, would I be like, I should be able to tell, right? If it's like, depending on the shape and like if this was like done by a shovel, or if this is just some kind of like inverse like burrow was happening here. 10 feet is awful wide.
Mhm.
Like I could, even the things that we fought were not 10 feet wide. Do you know what I mean? Which I didn't fight those anyway. That was Gan. But like, still, those beasts weren't as big as this hole is.
Correct. So with
So-
a 13, it's far too straightened to be something of a natural creature. It's almost like it's straight in a way like you probably pull out some like tools and like do some measurements or something and like line it up with the tree line and be like mathematically or
Yeah,
adjust
I'm a
glasses.
college graduate, sir. So first thing I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna flip out my journals and my notebooks and I'm gonna get like 2 extra lenses on glasses that actually don't do anything or magnifying anyway. It just makes me look and feel smarter. And it's almost like I'm gonna do that thing where you put your thumb up to the sun, and then I'm gonna lick the tip of a finger and feel the direction of the wind. I'm gonna bend down, I'm gonna squat down, and just with my hands and fingers just grab some of the soil and let it just fall through my fingertips and just be like, "Yep, as I suspected, this was made by somebody."
Yeah. You had to do all that just to determine that.
What about a lizard or something?
Nope.
You take a
Lizards don't
first-
believe in geometry. All right, you can't get this straight unless it was on purpose.
Love
Interesting fact.
Huh.
I can jump further than
It's
10
more of an
feet.
intuition. I just don't imagine that lizards would. It would be crumbly or zigzaggy, or this is like somebody with a giant shovel just drug it through the line. And has anybody seen Price?
He went off to the tree line to see if everything was okay.
That's
Yeah,
a
so I'm gonna
perfect-
go. I'm gonna look for Price as well. Where is Price? and
Why
what
don't we
happened
just
to him?
stay together at this point?
That's a
right,
perfect
we-
Little
segue to
late for
Price.
that.
Let's split up. We'll go left. Y'all go right.
Wait, who going with who?
Right.
Did no one see which direction he went?
He went right.
So
But I'm sure
Price,
he's fine.
yeah, he'll be perfectly fine. Nothing possibly could be dangerous in the forest. So Price, give me a perception check.
He did. Oh, he'll be fine. That's a nice roll.
So on a 21, you have been following this divot for a good 10, 15 feet, and it just keeps going. And even though you are passing through trees, this divot does not seem to go around them. It seems to go underneath them. However, the trees themselves do not seem displaced, which does seem a little odd since it has a very sandy texture to it. You'd imagine if something unusual were to occur here like this, then these trees would be falling over and or at least leaning in some way. No, these are standing up as if they have been unaffected. So what you choose to do with that information. But this is it about 10, 15 feet away, and, figuring out how far you want to go as far as, following the trail.
Noticing that, I'd probably make my way back to the group.
Ooh, actually, you're a druid. I might have some extra information for you as a druid. Double checking which circle you were again, just to make sure I'm not going to give the info.
Land.
Oh, the land. Perfect. Yeah, so without even really having to make a nature check or anything, first off, these trees, these trees shouldn't be standing. I already mentioned that. But you also are probably aware of burrowing creatures, right? So you'd be able to assume if this were like those burrowing things from before, they would have probably destroyed the trees as well. So something has been taking care to not disturb nature, while making these paths. Something or someone took a lot of care to avoid doing undue damage. But that's just something you get as, Circle of the Land Druid, little tidbit.
Yeah, I'd make my way back to the group and well, it doesn't look like we're gonna go around. It just keeps going.
We can't go around it.
It's really weird because there's a bunch of trees obviously right there in the way. They seem unaffected. But this line just keeps going.
Could it be related to those dwellers that or digger things that we ran into earlier?
I've got a suspicion that if it was those, all of this would have been just destroyed. Those trees would have fallen down. Someone or
It's
something
man-made right here.
took
Yeah.
extra care.
So, do we build a ramp and try to jump it?
Well, there's a couple solutions. We could there's some spells we could use. We could try to do like the move earth, right? And we could just bring like solidify the earth in front of us, just where the wheels are, so we don't really disturb whatever this is. Somebody made this for a reason, right? Just enough to make it solid underneath the wheels and everything and get through. Or here's just a zany one out there. Y'all ever heard of enlarge reduce? Right? We could enlarge the wagon so that it's so huge that it barely even notices this 10-foot divot, or we could go the opposite with it. We could reduce it and throw it over there.
I think reducing, if we can reduce it and
Yeah.
everything in it and just carry it over there, that's probably the better plan. Because if we enlarge it, doesn't that also make it heavier?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Does anybody know the enlarge or reduce spell?
No.
Wait, you
Yeah.
said
I thought
nothing,
you
you can't
did.
cast that spell?
Oh no, I've just heard about it at school. I don't know it.
Oh.
Well, that's
I mean, I could cause fear.
There we go.
Tear the
Cut
wagon
it
over.
We also got it. The intention was kind of to make a supply line. If we're gonna have to throw a wagon across every time, that's probably not gonna work.
Oh, you know what we could do? We're pretty close to
Oh.
town. We could go
Here's the
run
thought.
back. But wait,
You
we
might
could
hate
run
it.
back and grab some of the goblins and have them fill in the divot. Simple.
I
'Cause
like
then
how you
instead
say
of doing-
we run back.
We could just make a bridge.
Well, I was just thinking, what if we tied a rope around someone who was willing to jump in and see if anything happens?
I don't know why this
Silence.
thought occurred to me, but I'm going to turn to Bald. But I really think this is something you're suited for.
I'm gonna switch
But
the
I
scene in a
barely
minute.
know y'all.
But I
'Cause
mean,
if he starts to sink, I should have the strength to pull him back out.
but how will that help us get across?
But it will, if
Because
If
if
he
he
doesn't
doesn't
sink
sink,
and
then
it's
we
just
can just
sand,
go across.
we could just go across, yeah.
But the wagon as it is, even if it's safe, it seems like we wouldn't be able to really safely get the wagon down and through the divot. But I guess
It's
that's
only
being
10
out
feet
of character.
across. It's not. I don't think it's like 10 feet
deep is
down,
it?
is it? How deep
Well,
is
how-
this?
How deep? That's a good question.
Oh, it's not very deep at all. It's only maybe
like
like a
what-
foot deep.
See, as long as he
hell?
doesn't sink, we
You could
should
get
be
a
able to take the
shovel and
wagon
build
across.
a ramp in and out.
Yeah, I'm happy to help with that with my 8 strength. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to go
Am I
down
the
there.
strongest one here?
Probably.
Yeah, by
Just
far.
brag
My
about it.
strength.
Why did you laugh in your voice when you said, "Am I the strongest one here?"
I mean, you
Me
are
with all the
literally
muscles.
Well, he said
Right.
he only said 8, and I was like, that's like half of mine. I'm so confused.
my skills are like in other areas. Thank you very much.
That's fine. I was just confused. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. Not that way.
I'm gonna start tying a rope around my waist and hand
Oh,
you
you're
the
going
end.
in?
I'm gonna
Alright, I'm
go
gonna
in.
hang on
I'm gonna
tight.
check it out. So
I'll
let's
cast
see.
guidance on you really quickly.
Oh,
Maybe
thank you.
that'll help.
And I'm gonna see if I can perceive anything untoward while I'm getting ready to head down.
You probably tell it's sand with that
Nope.
roll.
You see, well, roll a d4.
Wow.
Oh no, you already did, huh?
I'm looking into the
It's-
trees. I'm
Yeah.
checking to see what's around me, looking probably almost everywhere but at the ground. So seems like it's probably fine.
Alright, I'm gonna
No,
hang on tight to
well-
that rope just in case.
maybe
you
I
tied it
hold a finger
secure,
up.
yeah?
I thought you were going in
It
the
seems
hole.
good. I'm thinking maybe I'm like holding a finger up to like get the direction of the air, which is super helpful for getting across the ground.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna make my way slowly into it, kind of dip a foot in there and kind of like press my foot down to like test it.
I'm gonna be
See what happens?
focused, ready to pull her out if I need to be, just so y'all are aware.
So you, as the moment you apply weight, you just kind of feel that like sandy texture, like your foot kind of sinks in a little bit.
Ruh-roh.
Well, that's sand for you. Don't
And
panic
does
yet.
it look like sand or does it look like dirt?
It looks like dirt.
Well, I'm going to relay what I'm finding and how strange it is that what appears to be dirt is sinking like sand. Are there any like rocks around that we could maybe roll into it? Because I'd like to see how a large thing that is not one of us, like how it sinks. Like, is there a rock around that I could use to roll that into there?
Well, with that perception, no.
Well, would it be a
Nothing
different
that would seem
perception check 'cause I'm-
significant.
I mean, is it a different roll because I'm looking for something different? Like looking for something specifically?
Just keep going. We'll be able to pull you out.
I mean,
I like how she
I
says
just-
we.
right. Well, here's
I've
what
got
I'm
you,
gonna
don't
do.
not
worry.
holding
I'm
the
going to
rope.
ask you guys, I'll be like, hey, could you all look around and see if you could find a large rock, like something large enough that it'll sink really well, but small enough that we could roll it in here? So I'm going to ask everyone for help.
Okay.
Yeah, there's literally a rock right here.
Oh,
Oh,
sweet.
Yeah.
serious matter. I'm not even gonna roll.
So Kalia, you were so focused on like what's going on underfoot, and you know you're kind of focused on other things because you're the one in the hot seat right now. If anything goes wrong, you're the first one who's gonna have to endure the consequences.
Well, I feel like
My
what
bad.
happened was I was bracing myself against the rock that Flora pointed out, and I wasn't looking at it, but I was literally touching the rock that I was looking for.
That's great.
That's what I think happened.
Now, the question
Alright.
is it small enough a rock you could pick up, or do I need to help you with it?
I'm gonna try. What would I roll? Would I just roll strength to try and roll it into the divot? I'm not even gonna try and pick it up. I just want to roll it.
That would be in athletics.
All
'Cause
right.
that's strength based.
-1. Here we go.
Nat 20.
Nice.
You were determined to roll that rock.
It really was.
So how, you know what? You roll that rock with such fervor that you practically throw it. You didn't even expect that wellspring of strength to be in you.
Well, I had to make up for completely missing seeing it.
And the rock rolls into the ditch and it just falls in, complete and utterly falls in. But
So
since
does it
you're
leave
not
a
standing on it, right? You're not pulled
Right.
in with it.
Does
But
it create
there's
like a hole, or is
it
it
is-
like quicksand?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
let me finish.
Let
Calm
it
down.
finish.
So this rock rolls into the ditch, and it sinks and just disappears. And you can hear like a not really a crashing sound, but it seems like it rolls a little bit, like a fall. And since you're kind of next to it, you look down and there's a tunnel. And this tunnel seems to have been dug out, obviously. But you do notice that there are like claw markings along the walls. Just a whole bunch of them. Kind of like there was a lot of things digging.
Hmm.
But this tunnel goes, as you would expect, to the left and right as you were facing it, sort of at like a T intersection, as it were.
And the T
Look at that.
being like
sorry,
from
not-
where we're looking down.
Sorry, not like a T intersection. So you're like you're looking over and it goes left and right. I'm just
Okay.
picturing like this is
The
left
road
and right, and
straight
you're
ahead.
standing. Yeah.
Yeah. I got what you meant with the T.
Yeah.
Like a crucifix. Is that better?
Well, wait, with the
it just goes left and right. I was
basically
thinking-
underneath where the divot is.
Correct.
Well, that doesn't look suspicious at all. Do you guys see that? Look at those claw marks on the edge of the tunnel. And out of character, Cube, does that look similar at all to the Onkage tunnels that we had seen before?
I don't know. Give me a history check.
Let's see. Oh, well,
That
hold on.
absolutely, definitely, for sure looks like those things.
Does that?
They had claws. There's claws in this wall. There's no way this could be.
Oh yeah, 11. That doesn't help.
Well, with an 11, they're different.
Okay. Well, this does look a little different than that bug tunnel we ran into before, but I have no idea what caused it. But if the underneath if the tunnel itself is sturdy, then we could investigate that, leave the wagon up here for now, or do we want to, what do you guys think we should do? I'm almost wondering if we should take the wagon back and maybe just ourselves travel out, clear a safe path, and like then bring the wagon once we've actually established where it's going to go. Because
What do we need on the wagon?
I think it's just like, do we bring the ore mining tools and stuff, like digging tools, probably our gear, which we can all carry our own stuff. Or wait, I'm going to turn to Price, be like, hey, Price, would you be able to put the wagon and all its stuff into your briefcase so we could carry it with us and not risk leaving it here?
On that thought, Price, you don't recall ever putting a wagon back in a briefcase.
But how did it get in there
Yeah.
to begin with?
We could just have Scooter defend it while we figure out the tunnel.
Ooh, that's a
thing.
great idea.
Because you're trying
Just
to.
attach me to the wagon first, because I don't want Scooter angry at me.
Because basically, like, just for Price's reference, essentially, if you're a seller, you're not a buyer. Why would there be any reason to put it back in?
So does he? I guess he builds it in the briefcase.
Does he?
I don't know. He'd have to.
A
If he can't
mystery.
build it to put it in the green case or briefcase, then how would it get in there to begin with?
Yeah, that's quite the mystery, isn't it? He hasn't told you though. Anyway,
Does Price know himself?
I can't say anything. Does he?
Price?
I don't know.
Well, hey, Price, do you build the wagons in your briefcase there?
Oh yeah, it's kind of a whole little deal in there. Like there's a shop and parts.
How do you get like your big supplies in there? Do you think we'd be able to put the wagon in there?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right, next follow-up question. Can the things in the wagon go in there?
That was gonna be my thought too. Nice.
Because if we leave the wagon here, you're going to be messed up to just take an empty wagon.
I mean, it's a nice wagon though. I wouldn't be surprised. We probably should leave Scooter with it.
You remember that idea you had about like going to town and getting some wooden planks and just laying them across, making the goblins come and like kind of build a structure above this?
I mean, yeah, we could do that. But I'm almost thinking it might be we tend to run into something pretty significant on each of the trips we've made to try and go get this ore, that instead of having to deal with the wagon, maybe we take the wagon back to town and we set out on foot to kind of like secure a path to one of the ore nodes. And then we're going to have to come back and grab a bunch of, the goblins to do the mining itself. But we could probably more quickly actually go locate a node and then come back with the wagon and everything. So I almost suggest we bring the wagon back to town. And maybe, yeah, definitely bring the goblins out to build a bridge here to be safe. But then I would propose we actually go investigate what's in the tunnel. Because our town's already been attacked once. We should probably figure out what's under here before trying to get, I don't know, further on, I guess.
Do we need to even head back to town? Can't we just leave the wagon here? It's like, who's gonna steal it? The only way back is towards town, and they can't get over, right? So,
Well, but there was that brigand, the whatchamacallit, out of character, can't remember the word, the bandit that
There was
ran
a
away.
bandit?
That bandit, well, I think we had told you about it before, but we came
The
across
halfling in a tree.
halfling bandit in a tree, right? And
Yeah.
we were going to bring him back and try and bring him to justice and maybe, reacquaint him with, or give him new purpose in life so that he didn't have to turn to crime, but he ended up escaping. So he could be around and he would absolutely steal this wagon.
Well, he'd have to have something to pull it first.
And which way is he gonna go? He can't go forward. He can only go back towards town.
He
I
can
mean, for
only
all
yeah,
I
he can
know-
only do us a favor of taking it back to town for us.
Except for all I know, he would take it apart. I'm just saying, if you guys want to leave the wagon here and we explore, we can. I'm just, I'm very paranoid after seeing how much loot that guy had picked up.
I just feel like
I mean,
there's
Price
good
could just make
tall
another
people.
wagon, right? If we leave this
right.
one.
But this is his masterwork wagon. It's beautiful. Look at all the work he put into it. But like I said, if the rest of the group, you guys all want to go and just like leave it up to luck, then I will go along with the group.
Price,
That's
do
kind
you
of
have
Price's
any
wagon. so-
sentimental attachments to this wagon?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I built it, but it's technically not mine anymore. We sold it to Chungus.
True. It is the town's wagon now.
Well,
Well,
if I
okay.
know Mayor Chungus like I think I do, I think he would be fine with us just leaving it here unguarded in all its splendor for anyone to pick up off the side of the road.
I'm just gonna put my face in my palm and just be like, mumble, like, that sounds like just such a bad idea. But, and then to everybody be like, okay, well, let's have a vote. Everybody raise your hand who thinks we should leave the wagon here and investigate from here out, or from right here. Who raises their hand?
Laura.
And I'm gonna look at Kaido.
We're
Yes,
not
please.
going to leave Scooter with it.
No, what if they're gonna steal a wagon, they'd kill a goose. They'd
Well, I
probably
don't know.
kill a goose
Have
before
you
they steal
seen
a
this
wagon.
goose?
Oh,
I think the goose is.
Oh,
I think that would be our
right.
second question. First, let's
That's
decide
hilarious.
if we all want to leave it here. But I feel like Scooter could probably do a pretty good job of defending this. He did take out one of those burrowing lizards. But then
I'm
that would be
alright leaving it.
Price.
Yeah.
Yeah. Price, would you be okay with Scooter guarding the wagon if we leave it here?
Yep.
All right. Well, then I'm okay with leaving it. Val, what do you think?
Yeah, sounds good.
And sounds like Kit and
It'll
Kaido,
be
you guys are okay with it?
fine.
Yep.
All right, let's
I'm
do it.
feeling
How
we're
do we
gonna
get
get
in the tunnel?
ambushed anyway, so
I mean, probably. All right. Well,
Y'all are
let's
so
get.
pessimistic. You gotta look at the world a little more positively, don't you think? Everything's gonna be fine. The wagon's gonna be untouched. Scooter's just gonna have himself a nice little nap.
I mean, that is very possible.
It's all gonna work out.
Kit, are you saying it's all going to be fine?
Duh.
It'll
I'll
be
say no.
Else is dead.
fine.
Thanks.
Price will take a couple steps away from the wagon and, all right, stand back.
I'm going to
Yeah,
back up a couple steps.
I got detached from the wagon,
posture.
right?
He'll posture a little bit and then
Totally
he'll
boring
snap his
for us.
fingers
Amazing.
and yeah, Scooter will appear in front of the wagon.
Honk.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. And just confirming, Kaito had unhooked himself from the wagon, so it's not apparent that he was pulling the wagon. I think that was what you were saying you were doing
I
before you
said
summoned
someone
him.
else needed to detach him because he's not that
Oh, can't
flexible
really
to
reach
reach his own stomach, horse stomach, to detach a wagon.
Well, then, while the summoning was happening, I will be working to quickly unhook him.
Good. Thank you.
And hold on, let me see. What would a good roll be to see if I completed that in time?
This
What do you
this
think?
goose is gonna hate me forever. It's fine.
Acrobatics? Sleight of hand would probably be a good one. Yeah. Here we go. Oh
Uh.
God! And I'm just gonna look a little panicked over at Scooter, be like, quick, someone distract him. Here's some jerky. I'm gonna give Flora some jerky, be like, go distract Scooter. Bryce, maybe you too. Go have him just look the other way for a minute.
Oh God. Goose is gonna hate me. It's fine.
My
This is
second
my
attempt
life
at
now.
you. Okay. I was able to get you unhooked.
So somebody threw Scooter some jerky, and he was distracted for a moment, just in time for the advantage on that sleight of hand.
Kaido's gonna step away from that wagon like he never ever pulled it.
Like, this wagon? How did it get here?
No
Crazy.
idea. It wasn't me.
Just found it here. It was the spirit of Scooter
Magic.
pulling it the whole time. All right. Well, Bryce, looks like Scooter's, or the wagon's all good to go if Scooter would like to take his rightful place.
Yeah, but don't make it sound weird or anything like that.
I'll be like, oh, hey, Scooter, you want some more jerky? I'll toss him some more jerky.
He snaps at you.
Like, you're such a good goose. So strong. So regal.
So trying to coax the giant goose. Got it. So let's see who's closest to Scooter when he's summoned. Let's see, we got. Is that where you guys are when Scooter's summoned? Well, I guess you have to be because you just got the stuff unhooked in time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6. I don't. Oh, it's because I had your token selected when I did that. Either way,
Was that
So-
also applicable?
as Scooter appears, he just starts biting at Kaito's traveler's your clothing.
Hey.
Ah.
Don't make me give you a hoof. I'll do it.
I mean, it's nothing. He doesn't grab onto it or anything. He's just kind of mischievous, grab on, tug, just to be a little bit of a jerk. Or just really grumpy because somebody just woke him up. So, his natural state.
Hmm.
But it's nothing serious. He just
As
kind
long
of
as it's not getting aggressive, Kaido's gonna begrudgingly tolerate it because this is not his goose to correct. I'm watching you, Goose. I'm watching you.
And for some, that token didn't update. Hold on. So yeah, there's now a Scooter on the board. I updated his token. Oh,
So now we're going in the tiny tunnel. How tall is this tunnel thing?
I was updating a token. So as you look down, it goes down a good 15 feet.
Okay, I can stand up in there. I'll be fine. Well, I'm not going to hesitate. I'll hop down first.
Pop clop.
And I'll be ready to catch anyone else coming down.
Watch out, because if there are these edge things, you might be able to talk to them and talk them down as long as Kalia and I stay in the back. Because we
What
might
did
have
you do to them?
we
Well, it
might
appear-
have attacked them because they thought they
Well-
were attacking us. So
And then, I kind of mentally overheard them kind of expressing the fact that they were running away out of a panic of us. So may not have been such great diplomatic relations, but also the tunnel markings look different than the onkage. So we might be okay. If anything, we'll probably, maybe the onkage did the initial path, but if
Okay,
it's not,
so-
if it wasn't or if it was the onkage, then why would there need to be anybody else digging it? Is my thought. But
You
yeah,
guys
we'll
coming
just
down
have
or
to
not?
keep going. Oh yeah, no, I did
Who am I
my
catching first?
acrobatics. I'm gonna do my best to hop down. I have a 23, so I'm gonna land like super gracefully.
All right, you're good. Yeah, who needs caught? Where's Kit?
Cannonball!
Oh god. Oh, shit. What do I need to roll to see if I can catch the cannonball? That'll be pretty sudden. I know he's there ready to catch someone, but to have a cannonball thrown
You
at
know
me is
what?
always
This is-
surprising.
Hearing him be so jolly, this gnome, this older man cannonballing, it's contagious. I want to do the same thing. I'm just look out, and I'm gonna jump, and I'm gonna actually grab my knees and tuck myself in, right?
Oh no.
And just
Okay.
he knows how to
So-
have fun. I want to do that too.
What am I gonna
Give
roll to see if I
me-
can catch these two.
And acrobatics. So you're trying to line yourself up as they're jumping down.
Say again, acrobatics and what?
Oh, it's acrobatics because
Okay.
he's trying to line himself up to catch people cannonball, and like Price jumps down, and then suddenly everybody else is jumping down. So
no
yeah.
panic ensues.
so
Got
on a
4-year degree with
14,
a minor in barding. All right, I know how to make a performance and spectacle out of this. That's an 18 acrobatics, sir.
so luckily you're able to line up, catching Price cannonball, but when he
no.
says cannonball, he like slips.
Get an extra gust of wind catches the cloak of billowing as he jumps.
No, I forgot
Oh,
you were
no.
wearing that.
Does it blow him off course?
It blows him off course, but with your 14, like it's kind of like a combined effort, right? Like Kid doing the acrobatics to line himself up to be caught, and Kaido doing the acrobatics is to be able to catch people. So Price is, he's just trying to. He tried to be caught, but like you said, the cape of billowing, there was a gust of wind, the cape of billowing like flapped around and hit him in the face just as he was about to go in, and he stepped on like a more sandy part and just kind of, like when a
He
diver
barrel
goes for the
rolled.
perfect dive, and just as they hit the water, they're just completely just like pancaked. But you catch him.
Sorry, I need to roll 2.
Another cannonball or just jumping down?
Flora's pretty. Can I roll with advantage?
Oh, wait.
I'm a rabbit. I do burrowing in
Yeah.
the holes all the time.
Don't you also have the
You just
Herringon
jumped
hop?
in.
I could do that, but I don't want to waste it. This isn't like an emergency situation.
See, does
And
that
who else
affect
am I
their
gonna
fall
attempt
height?
to catch here?
It's just a normal one.
Yeah, you just jump down. It doesn't really
Flora knows
bother you that
falls.
much.
And when you say down, we're inside the tunnel part now, right?
Yep.
Because we threw the big ass rock to kind
Mhm.
of collapse the ceiling. Okay, so it's not a quicksand situation, right?
No, it just
can
had
see where-
that texture.
Okay.
But let's see, who is not down there yet? I think Vold
it
is not down
dark
there
in
yet.
Wild.
Yeah.
It is indeed. There is no light whatsoever.
Good
Well,
thing
I
I'm
mean,
in
other than
dark
from the hole.
vision.
Oh, I don't see in the dark. This is not gonna go well. It's just fine.
I will jump down.
I need to catch you.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Okay.
Give me an
I'm small.
athletics. We've declared you don't want to be caught.
Oh, I might need to be caught. I might need to be caught.
I mean, it's like 15 feet down here. Do you think your legs can handle that?
I'll catch you.
Okay. I'll go for it.
That's barely
Oh.
1d6 bludgeoning fall
Okay.
damage.
Nice.
You land just fine.
Oh, right. Everyone's down here, and I can't see shit. Now what?
So, For those who do have, well, there's a little bit of light, right? Because this is a hole in the ground and it's
From the
daytime.
hole,
So
but after that, it's all dark.
yeah, so you could just from your immediate surrounding where the light is readily available to you, you definitely see several claw markings in the walls, just all over the place. Like this whole thing was dug out with claws, but instead of it being a large creature and there being like singular like large scrapes, it's like dozens and dozens of
Multiple
small ones.
smaller ones. Oh. Interesting. Now, with Kit and I having gone to college for classes that would basically just go through over this, could we do a history type check to see if we remember what they're from?
You absolutely could.
Sorry, I was thinking about the Barney song about the hole in the ground.
Hmm.
What are we rolling?
History? Is that the one about your history? Or is that your wisdom? Recall or okay, yeah, it is history. Okay. I am not good at history. I'm a -1. Oh, you're not good at history either. Well, neither of us remember shit. It's fine. Look at that college degree working. So wonderful.
I mean,
You
you
know, that's how I
guys,
feel
you
about
guys
real
did just barely
college.
pass, so it makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. We weren't the cream of the crop. Right, now what? Kalia,
Upload
any
it.
ideas? Or is it Kalia? Am I saying it wrong?
No, yeah, Kalia.
Kalia, sorry.
Well, let me see what I can figure out here.
Anybody got a torch?
I mean, well, from what I can see, it appears to be there's a lot of gouges out of the tunnel. That I can tell.
They're doing
And
terrible.
why don't we go that way? And I'm just going to point to, let's see. So, out of character, what direction did we go away from town?
You
Are we
went
like-
north.
Okay. So, I'm going to point to the right and suggest we go that way.
Northeast.
And check it out. And I think I do have a torch, but I also have dark vision. So
I do not.
here, I'll light the torch and oh wait, let's see.
Like, if you can see where you're going, just carry the torch and I'll follow you.
Perfect.
What? You're the one who needs the torch.
Yeah, I don't need it. So it's better if it's
Okay.
behind me instead of in front of me.
Right. Okay.
We
That.
need
Oh,
our
I'm
hand
gonna hand it to you. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll walk ahead and I'll see what I see. Well, looks like still more tunnel. Everything looks pretty fine though. Good lord, what is happening with my rolls today? This is the worst I've ever done.
If only you had inspirations around. Oh well. So
Yeah.
you peruse the
Wait.
tunnel.
I want to look too. I've also got dark vision. Can I? And I never play characters with dark vision. I want to be able to try to see. Is that okay?
Go for it.
I have the torch, right?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm feeling lucky. All right. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So actually, I'd like to use inspiration on that because I'm feeling so inspired.
There
you
go.
With those two previous rolls combined, you almost made up for the third one.
All right, Price. I had to use the luck roll and my inspiration, and I still got beat.
So on the 19 and the 21, you could swear you hear the sound of somebody talking way off in the distance, like not necessarily echo because, the terrain, dirt absorbs a lot of sound, but sounds like a couple of people talking, just kind of having it sounds very casual. And with the 19 and 21, it's in a language you don't. Just double checking your languages just to make sure. Sure though.
Hey, sorry, really quickly, how do we tell if we have dark vision or not?
It's Your race.
Your feats. Or no, it'll be on your senses. So on your first page where it has all your stats, on the right side it'll say senses, and underneath it it'll say dark vision like 60 if you have dark vision. It'll be
Wait, on
above
the
your
first
armor.
page?
See any
On the first page.
senses?
You probably don't then.
No. You're in my
Oh.
boat.
I don't think the Herringon have dark vision.
IV. I don't think they do
Okay.
either because they got a lot of they can avoid opportunity attacks by jumping, and they get they're spring loaded, and they get a lot of stuff. They get 1d4 extra on their initiatives, right, or something. Their dexterity saving throws.
I just remember that because Greg
Yeah.
doesn't have it, so.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, you can hang out with me with the torch. It'll be fine.
I do.
Which with dark vision, if it's pitch black, like there's no light sources really, that's the same as being dim for us. With dim lighting, we're still gonna have disadvantage on perception checks. If you have a torch, it's gonna have a little bit of bright light and then more dim light further out. So
Nope.
with the dim combined with dark vision, that's when we
Goblin,
don't have to
nope.
roll with disadvantage. We can have regular. So it's not like we can see
You should have more
everything if there's
languages.
no light. We're still
Oh,
gonna
nope.
want torches to be able to not have disadvantage. Right.
Infernal,
Silence ensues.
Elvish Goblin. So there's
Alright.
only one of you that
Devil's
would be
Sight.
able to understand what they're saying.
Who would that be?
Do I have a message to send someone? Please hold.
We should let Vald go like ahead a little bit. Look, he's got double
Yeah,
the dark
I
vision
can
plus
completely see.
yeah, no disadvantage. And 120 instead of 60. He's got super
Yeah.
dark vision.
And magical.
Yeah, so if they do like a drow magic darkness spell, you can still see through that too. Nice.
I mean, I can cast my own darkness magic. So nobody can see but me. and
Interesting.
Pokemon.
You could cast yourself and enemies in darkness so that they can't see you, but you can see
Yeah.
them. Nice.
All right. So yeah, you can kind of hear some people talking off in the distance. You can't really see them because they're, it's kind of far off. I mean, with the 19 and 21, it's kind of far.
Hey, so I could definitely hear someone talking. Sounds like they've been working probably on this tunnel and they're gonna take the rest of the day off. And I heard some about maybe even poking their head above ground. Whoever that is might be coming this way soon.
Do they sound evil?
No, just sounded like they had a long day.
Maybe we should announce ourselves
Did-
and our intentions.
Well, no, we shouldn't. Wait, did anybody light a torch?
I have.
Yeah, we have a
I don't
torch
have it.
going already.
I'd put them out
Okay.
just in case, because I can see completely fine. And then
That's
I
wonderful
can,
for you.
Hey, I can't
well,
see.
no, but I
Well, they'd
can
see us if we lit a
lead.
torch.
I can lead everybody, and if they can't see us, I can find out if they can see us or not,
All right, I'll put the torch out
and then I
and be
could
blind.
have you light the torches if needed.
Who am I touching right now?
With that said, I hopefully just yourself. Even that would be weird.
I think I would know.
I
I
don't
would
know.
say
I don't know, but I'm holding someone's hand.
It's me. It must
Oh.
be
Don't
me.
you see in the dark?
Hey.
because
Yeah, but I
Kaito's
wasn't looking.
so large and long. If everybody were to put like a hand on Kaito so that
Oh.
everybody stays
Uh-oh.
together,
I can't see
God.
Kaido.
Okay.
Can you lead all of us to Kaido and put our hands on
yeah,
him?
I will.
I
direct
feel like my
everyone
consent
and-
is needed for this plan, but all right.
Kaido, can I just hop on?
How heavy are you?
Really not.
Wow.
I mean by your gear. Like, how much gear you
don't
carry?
ask a lady that question, Kaido.
That's not what I meant. I meant her gear.
How heavy are you, ma'am, if you're gonna ride in my saddle?
Look, I can
Uh,
only carry about 400 more pounds.
I don't think it's that. It's definitely not that much.
That just made it a lot worse.
I'm pretty little and I'm not carrying much. Ooh, 90 pounds.
I have-
It is 90.
All right, then yeah, I can carry you if I have to.
All right, Flora's gonna climb up on Kaido.
Oh god, okay. Good thing there's a saddle.
This
there.
is great.
You're welcome.
Oh, thanks.
I don't know. I've never had someone climb back on the saddle and say, "This is great." I'm a little concerned by that.
If only you could see my face.
But I can't. It's fine. So now that I'm apparently being touched by the entire group, what are we doing?
I think
Bald, tell us what
more
to
than
do.
half. I think it's only you and Flora that don't have dark vision.
Yeah.
So it's just you two. You're not getting touched by everyone.
He's just been putting people's hands on
Okay,
Kaido.
well, if that's the case,
He was
only
gonna
those-
put everyone's hands on him.
if it's only Kaito and Flora that can't see, then I would have the other
She's gonna guide me now because she's on my
Two.
back. It's fine.
three to help guide them through while I scout ahead with my
Yeah, that works.
longer vision. Because yeah, if they are a threat, we don't want they probably see our flames right away or whatever light. source we
Question.
have.
If you're worried about being found, do you really want hooves clopping up behind you?
Can you
Silence. I love
Tippy
silence. That's an answer. Can I tippy hoof? Can I let me just roll a stealth and we'll find out if I can tippy hoof. I guess I can tippy hoof. Abuses me way too much.
Sometimes you just have to believe in yourself.
It's fine. I'm tippy hoofing apparently.
Right, okay, there we go.
Oh, that abuses
So
me
who's
way too
going
much.
first? And are you being stealthy?
I am leading. And I will lead with stealthiness. Mm,
You are confident that you are being very quiet and sneaky.
Flora doesn't have to worry about doing any stealth checking, I think, because she's sitting on my back and just sitting still, I hope.
Well, we'll see.
And then I will, because I'm ahead. I'm thinking I'm walking ahead, and other
Mhm.
people are behind me. I will stop, and I know Flora has probably some great hearing. So I'm gonna ask Flora to be on alert for any noises or thing that she could pick up with her superior hearing.
Yeah, I can hear everything.
And
If
I
only
will-
someone actually was alert.
Oh no.
Oh no. Well, you're sitting on my back. You don't have to do anything. Just stay still. You see a lot of Kaito's
I was
back.
trying.
Some people just can't help but fidget.
That's when
Oh,
like
no.
remember Flora like loudly announced the last time we were being stealthy. I think it's the same thing. She's just like,
Kaito's just gonna
yeah,
look
I'm
back
gonna
like,
listen really hard.
Hey, I think you calm down or you're walking yourself.
Uh-oh.
Got it? We good? We good?
Good.
We good? I couldn't hear you say if you're good or not.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, tone it down just a little.
I will move on ahead, like
We're screwed.
considerable distance. Get my scout up so that I can hand signal back to people that can still somewhat see in the darkness.
All right.
Okay.
So you move
Who is
ahead.
leading Kaido at this point? I wasn't too sure, and I just want to be clear, out of characterly. Who's actually guiding him?
That would be either.
I can.
All right, that works.
All right. So you move ahead a good, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30, 40, 50.
I'll say 30 feet ahead.
So,
That's where I want to keep my distance. Is a little 30 feet ahead.
he did stealth 19. Let's see what I can roll. Will they
Do I need
notice?
to roll perceptions or anything to see if I see anything as I'm kind of walking toward the voices or the direction of the voices.
Actually, they won't know the modifier, so I can just do a public roll.
Razor.
D20. All right. So, with your ability to see in the dark, you come across a couple of humanoid figures. They kind of have their backs to you. They're sitting at like this little like dirt and wood table. It's almost like maybe they just took a bunch of sticks and formed dirt over it, and then like bits of wood. Oh, it's very ramshackle at absolute best. And they're just kind of hunched over. They have their backs to you. They don't seem to have noticed your presence, but they're talking amongst themselves, totally unawares of you.
Humanoid, right?
Yep.
And can I make out maybe what they are? Other just humanoid.
Just humanoid from where you are. Because they have their backs to you, so you can't really get many features.
Throw a
I
rock,
will-
make them turn around and look at it.
Well,
How many are there?
I will. And
There
then
are
I will,
two.
I
Two.
will
Okay.
proceed to creep back toward the group of people and relay my information about finding the. So I found there's two humanoids talking up ahead, and don't, based on what it looks like, it could be they created these tunnels. I know
That would make sense.
Laura's species. Well, rabbits
So,
are known for
right.
burrowing.
I could hear them talking to each other. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone else could understand them.
What
I'm sorry.
languages
Did
they
you
speak
say
in?
rabbits?
Yeah. You're a rabbitoid.
Would
No.
Price know what
hang
language
on.
it was?
Oh, see, I know which languages I know, and Cubed messaged me what they were saying, but didn't message which language it is.
Like, you
I'm-
should know cubed if they're speaking French or Spanish.
What are you talking about? I
I'm
messaged it to him.
concerned.
You should check your DM, sir.
Okay. That's better than what I thought it was. So whoever they are, they're speaking Undercommon.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, that ain't good.
That's probably not good.
Wait,
It's
how do
probably
you
not
speak
good. Let me-
Undercommon?
Oh, I'm a deep gnome.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense.
Uh,
Well, I'm
it-
sorry about saying that wasn't good.
It's also well, no, it is good.
I was just thinking
well,
about drow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, okay. The only other language that it would have been Abyssal. So it's definitely not that bad.
Well, is it though? Is
Should
it
we-
better?
He loves throwing that wrench.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Let's not judge a book by their cover, but they might be the nicest drow we've ever met.
I mean, we can't approach them, and if they're down below, we probably don't want to. I would think we wouldn't want to set some lights off because they might be sensitive to light being down here. If you want to approach them and converse with them,
Well,
or I can even send a
Here's an option.
distraction, or
if they built the tunnels, they probably have a good idea about how to get across.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's just ask them.
But technically, we're already broken and entered into their quote unquote homeland.
Well, they built a tunnel on a public road, so
Yeah, they kind of built it under the road, so yeah. I think us being here and inquiring and not necessarily starting trouble is perfectly reasonable. And if they pick a fight, Soul Blade right to the face.
Hey, Hey,
More
Well,
hooves.
we were just walking on the road and we fell into your tunnel because you built it going across a road.
yeah.
See,
We
Bryce
also
did
did
just like
s-
that.
We did sneak all this way. If we had truly fallen in, I think we would have made more of a commotion than
Hey,
that.
we followed a boulder in.
So we
Yeah.
can send Mr. Vald and Mr. Price ahead, and they can go chat with them and see if they're good people or not. That
I
way, it doesn't
guess.
look like 6 of us are
And then
walking
if
as
you
a
need
group,
help, just
looking
scream
tough,
and
snapping our fingers like the
we'll show up.
sharks. Mm-hmm.
And then
All right.
we can have the people ready with torches just in case. I think light might be able to
I
blind
still
them
have
if they
Kalia's
do.
torch, yes.
But
I
we
need to
can
get
get
me one
those
of
ready.
these.
You can have those ready. So if we need to,
All
they do
right.
get
Well,
off.
if you scream, we're coming.
And I can do a. Does Kali can still do a.
Did anyone
telepathic
else see that
speak with
Scooter
me, right?
slowly sticks his head in the hole like the menace he is? I
What was
just
that?
saw it clicking up in the bio. Sorry.
What was that, Val?
You can develop a telepathic link with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can let you know if you need to be on the ready for hostile actions.
Exactly.
Isn't that what screaming for?
That's
Not
what-
necessarily, because screaming could alert more of them if there's more around.
Yeah, Kato, Adventuring 101. We took that class 3 years ago.
Jeez, I should remember 3 years ago. I couldn't even remember what we learned last year. What did we learn last year?
Right. Rule number 1: never split the party. Anyway, Val, you ready?
Or
Alright,
we're
we're
not
gonna
really
be
splitting.
right
We're
here.
just they're
Yeah.
as backup as a.
That's right.
Yeah, you're just going up there, and we're going to stay back here, and it'll all work out.
We're not
I
completely
say
splitting up,
nothing.
we're just-
DM remains silent.
We're just sending in the advanced party.
yes.
We're
Right
not
in
going
the
in
vanguard.
completely different directions.
Right, we're
I
arriving
think it's
Pastor
pretty much
Whitley.
semantics at this point. We're just kind of sitting here talking instead of going
Just,
down
all
the
right,
tunnel.
go
Well, then,
then.
I'm gonna make shooing motions. Be like, okay, go on then.
So
Bye.
Vault,
Have a wonderful time.
And Price, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep.
So you move forward 30 feet. Very tiptoey. And yeah, they're still there, talking amongst themselves.
And then I will telepathically urge Price to greet himself to them in whatever language that he knows in common.
These prices, he's gonna kind of lean into. So should I just say hello?
And I will telepathically respond with a yes.
He'll take a couple steps forward towards him, and he'll kind of present himself. I'm assuming we're underground, and
Mhm.
there's still just like cloak billowing behind Price. Hey, hello, hey, hi. Ah!
They jump out of their chair. They don't even jump out of their chairs. They had no idea you were there. And they were sitting down in like on these stools, and you say, "Hey there," and they jump. I mean, how would you describe? They jump, but they don't really get to jump because the stools fall from under them, and they tumble and like roll under the table, and like quickly like roll behind the table in a fit of like it's almost like their arms are just flailing, and it's just, you know, if you were not a stalwart adventurer, it would look like they're you know, taking up a defensive position, but it's you know, let me roll this real quick. Just how amazing. Oh yeah, they're doing terrible. So they're not even able to like hide it that they're just, you scared the shit out of them, and they like fell off their stools and rolled behind a table, and one of them like fell on the table and it flipped, so it kind of like falls on them a little bit. But you know, if you, like I said, if you weren't a seasoned adventurer, it almost looked like they're taking up a very strategic and very well you know, well planned out defensive maneuver, but it's all just them being clumsy as shit.
You're seeing that, I will raise my hands like to diffuse the situation because I can't speak with them. So
Wait,
I will-
we don't don't mean you any harm. Okay? I'm Price.
And I was saying, bald.
Well, I got my voice ready. Hey, hi, who are you? Who are you? And they're like holding up like sticks, kind of like, you know, as if they were daggers. They're just like holding up sticks, like, get away, get away.
Oh. Well, okay. You guys the ones that are digging around here, right?
Their hands are very shaky, and their voices are all just as shaky.
I don't mean you guys any harm. We were
Why'd
We
you
were
sneak
trying
up
to-
on us? Huh?
well, we kind of fell into the tunnel. We were crossing the road and
What route?
we couldn't really it back a little ways up on top on the above ground.
That's impossible. There's no way there's a road over there. We checked. And then one of them looks at the other one, right? And the other one just kind of scratches his neck. And as you're kind of getting a better view, because there's no light, there is a just kind of the image in the Discord. It's like a mole person. They have they have like these goggles on, and you know, maybe some tattered clothing, not that elegant, not that futuristic.
Well, we didn't want to disturb. Once we noticed it was a actually really well-fashioned tunnel, we didn't want to disturb anymore, but we did kind of need to get across it. And there's no ground there anymore.
Why did you collapse our tunnels? How rude.
Well, no, we didn't know it was there. We had a wagon, and we were going along, and then we saw this kind of almost ditch in the road. So we didn't want to fall in or destroy the wagon. And as we were examining it, well, there was a fairly large rock that ended up kind of falling through and made a really large hole. And well, then we really couldn't get across, so poked our heads in just to. And then I heard you guys, so.
Price, ask them if they know how to fix the tunnel and make it so that it wouldn't collapse if we travel across it over the road.
Yeah, is there a way that we can maybe reinforce back over here a bit? So that it doesn't happen again. I don't want more people to just keep falling into your tunnel. It's a road that's pretty well traveled right outside of our town. This is probably going to happen often.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. We can't have things falling in our tunnels constantly. And they're kind of like
let them
looking at each
know
other and kind of
afterwards.
panicking a little bit.
Price, let them know we can put up signs so people, if it is reinforced and they can go across the road, we can put signs up so people won't fall into the other portions of it.
Yeah, we can mark it with some signs so people don't mess with your tunnel.
That would be preferable.
Also, speaking of other people, well, it's not just my friend and I. We had a group of us, but we wanted the rest of them to kind of stay back a bit so that you didn't seem threatened, which you kind of already seem threatened. So, no need for that.
Oh, wait a minute. And they look at each other. What time is it again? I think it's time for the patrol to come through usually. And then we'll
Oh.
pan the camera to the other group.
I'm assuming Vald has no idea of like
most of that conversation. At the very end, Price just like kind of makes a noise. He's like, "Oh," and he's just gonna slowly turn to Vald. And then I'm picturing the scene shift.
So,
Would I have enough time to telepathically say "oh"? Relay that to Kalia?
I don't think you. I mean, you could say "oh," I guess.
Well, if
But
I hear that or if I sense that, I'll be like, oh, what?
What?
and that's when the camera pans. So, those of you back here, give me a perception check. First and foremost.
Alright. Let me find it. Let me find it.
Nope.
I almost want to say you didn't even catch the O yet.
I'll see
Oh,
everything. It's
Lord.
fine.
With my inspiration, at least it wasn't a 1. But wow, what the heck? The rolls are not in my favor tonight.
And this perception is not necessary. Well, I mean, it's in part for sight, but it's hearing also. Perception is not just one thing. So with your natural 20,
Thank you. Thank you.
the first thing you hear is a very loud, a very obnoxious, and a very disgruntled goose. And it honks as his head has been stuck in the hole like the menace that he is.
Oh, it's stuck. Oh no.
Oh, he's not stuck.
Guys, I think I hear Scooter. What's wrong with Scooter?
And it almost like echoes through the tunnel. Well, as much of an echo can really do in dirt. It's loud. He's a big goose. So with your nat 20, at first you kind of heard maybe some footsteps, like dirt being moved from the other direction. And after you heard Scooter make his delightful noise, the sounds kind of picked up a little bit more. Actually, a lot more.
We should probably get back to Scooter. Like now.
So because it was a nat 20, I will give you time to do a thing before something may or may not happen.
Well, if it's a manner of getting back to Scooter, from where they are, would they still see the bit of the light from the hole, or is Scooter completely covering it?
You can see the light from the hole. He's just stuck his head in, and
So I would be able to run in that direction and not really have to be guided any, correct?
I mean, you guys are pretty much like right under the hole at this point
Oh, well then,
because
we don't
nobody
have to
moved.
go to Scooter because we're already here. So I would look at the others and be like, "There's footsteps coming, and since Scooter honked, they're moving faster. I don't know what that means. What do you want to do?"
And I
He
also
looked at Kalia because he's kind of like the ringleader of the group, as he has come to notice.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we should talk to whoever we can, and it should be fine, right?
I'll do
Yeah,
Price
this will
over
be fine.
there, all over there. Separate group.
This is out of character. The mental connection between her and Val, because she sent messages back to him because then she could tell him what Kaido just told her.
Well, it's gonna. So as far as that goes, this kind of was happening at the same time. So the O, I'd probably say the O is kind of happening mid you guys' scene.
So, okay, so in that case,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll relay the fact of it's like, well, what is going on? I'm gonna at that moment, I guess with the O, and then what Kaido relays,
Footsteps
I'll
are getting quicker.
yeah, I will let Val know, be like, we got footsteps coming our way. Is that like any clue? What should we do? Should we attack, or are they friendly? So what would
And
what would
I
Val
would
say?
relay that to Price. That information. Price,
Right.
they're hearing footsteps.
Oh, yeah. They said that that's the patrol.
Okay, and I will relay the patrol
Backdrop for Forest.
and that the two we're talking to are not hostile currently.
Well, okay. Well, that's good. So I'll relay to everybody else, be like, well, it sounds like the two further up are not hostile, but it sounds like the group coming up might be the changing of the guard. So I think if we just let them know we're not here to create any trouble.
Question. Wasn't
They speaking in a different language?
yeah, Price
Mhm.
told
Yeah.
us that. So
Yeah.
how do we handle that? Like, do we just stick our hand
Well,
up and just like pray nothing happens? Like, what do you want us to do?
Man, if only we had someone who had some signs.
Signs?
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're like, oh, look, we're merchants and we fell. I think we'll be able to handle it. If they pick a fight, we'll do our best to disarm them, and then and I'll send a note over to Val, be like, hey, could you get Price to come back over to talk to them as soon as he can? Okay, thanks.
Price, you're going to be needed to communicate and let these two know that's what you're going to do.
Price will nod and he'll look back to the other two. Hey, could you guys maybe come this way and we're gonna go talk to your friends. I just want us all to kind of be on the same page here.
Give me a persuasion. They don't really know you that well. They don't that you gotta.
Can I get
Let's see if you got
assist with
that.
this persuasion?
Got the touch.
Do I roll normal or
Just normal.
advantage? Normal.
Nice. You could talk
I
them
will
into
give
marrying your
myself-
own sister.
I'll give myself guidance. No,
I mean, you can
I know.
technically.
I'll just roll a d4 anyway.
I think somebody's going to be getting a wagon.
Let's go.
They look at each other, and their somewhat defensive posturing is it's like a lot of the weight's been lifted off their shoulders. Their breathing is kind of returned to normal. They've started to calm down and just breathe, and they just kind of go, okay, all right. And they agree.
Are you
I
what?
think I'd be.
Oh.
I'd be motioning them to come back with us, and I'd be headed back toward the rest of the group.
I have a feeling the group is already set up on this point.
Yep, Price will be getting there at the exact same time because the Nat 20, you noticed them with enough time to have done something. So that would have been enough time for him to do that.
Okay.
Okay. So you approach as there is a group of, similar looking, I mean, not the beans have been spilled mole people. They all are clasped in like makeshift like wooden armor. Some leather, some with leather, some with like wooden armor instead of metal. And they all have these like fuzzy like little ears, and they got cute little mole faces. And they all seem to have like wooden spears, maybe a little bit of metal on them, like for the metal tips. But it's all very makeshift, very custom. Nothing amazing. Very, I guess the way to describe them is ramshackle at best. Just their whole demeanor and everything that they have. And they make that sound as the pitter patter of their little feet. Who are you? What do you want?
Is it the guards talking to us?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll step up and be like, we are just
What language
traveling
are they
from-
speaking? Do we
they are
actually
speaking-
understand them right now?
Undercommon.
Okay, so I won't understand that. And did Price get back yet?
He got there at just as they got there.
Okay. I'll look to Price and be like, I'm not sure what they're saying, but Price, can you let them know that, we're here simply, we're exploring from the local town and kind of the whole situation with the road. Sounds like you've possibly made some good connections with the two you were talking with. So I'll gesture Price to kind of, looking at the newcomers, I will gesture over to Price and be like gesturing him like he'll talk for us. Be like, I can't understand what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
Can I make a roll to see if I know any sort of like gestures or like phrases that they might use to come off as friendly? You know what I mean?
History. History. I think a history check would be apt.
And I will actually use guidance on that. Great. Whole bunch of ones.
1,
Hey,
1.
you have an inspiration?
Yeah, I do.
Or you can have mine if you need it.
Oh, it's just a history check. So we'll see. Let's see what I get with a 12.
So on a 12, you probably ascertain just being as cordial with anybody else.
Okay. Hey, Price is gonna wave and kind of take a couple steps forward, but not like, walk abruptly toward them. Hey, we sorry, we kind of are unannounced, but we met your two friends. They were building. They're doing a great job. See, we were traveling from a town near here, and we kind of more or less fell into your tunnel as we were going along the road.
Impossible. Our tunnels are sturdy and unbreakable.
Oh,
And if they're doing a good job, then they wouldn't have fallen in them.
And this is where Scooter honks from the hole that we came through, right?
I was gonna say, if you look up, you would see evidence that there is in fact a hole.
Oh, really? And the at this point you see there's like 5 of them, and they're kind of hush like talking amongst themselves, but it's not as secretive as they think it is. Well, I guess that means they're not very good at their job, is it? Yeah.
Well, I'm from what I noticed, it seems like they're actually really good because there's a whole bunch of trees and like forest that was completely undisturbed by their work. However, we just happen to, being the clumsy, folks from town that we are, we happen to just kind of walk right into the top of the tunnel.
Ah, so you're taking the blame for it then, huh?
But we wanted to kind of come let you guys know because we didn't want to just leave it like that. It's a pretty prevalent road coming in and out of town. Is there a way we could maybe help to reinforce it?
There's no roads up there. We checked.
Okay. Those guys said the same thing. I gotta let you know, we were on a road coming out of town with a wagon, and we fell into your tunnel.
Impossible.
All
Tell me this
of this
road.
has already happened.
Show me
Now
this
we're kind
road.
of just
Show me.
we're looking-
Show me.
Okay. Yep. Right. Again, if you look up, you're under it.
That looks like a hole to me. That's not a road.
Well, it's part of a road. It's actually the one part of the road that's not there anymore. unfortunately. And it's right in the middle of the road.
And what is that monster? And he points to Scooter.
Oh, that's Scooter. He guards the wagon.
What is that? What's a
What is
Scooter?
Well, he's a friend. He's a goose.
What's a goose?
That?
Are they always that big?
Oh no, he's special.
Show us a mutant goose.
That's rude. But I might. Oh, he doesn't know Undercommon, so you're good.
Well, if that's your friend, then move it so we can go out and see for ourselves to prove to you that you fell into a hole that has nothing to do with the road because our logistics are flawless. And he even whips out like he puts like a spear away and whips out a clipboard. But it's like it's just like crappy wood. It's not even like a nice clipboard.
He's gonna look up the.
Not even paper on it. It looks like he carves everything into the wood.
He's just scratching it in, yeah. Price will look up the Scooter and just, all right, buddy, I'm gonna need you to back up just a bit.
All right. He takes his sweet ass time doing it though. Almost like a menacing like horror movie.
He's like, I swear, Scooter. Every time I ask you to do something, he's gonna pull out a piece of jerky and he's just gonna chuck it out the hole over Scooter.
His head vanishes quickly.
All right, well.
You're muted. Val, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Price, I think he defies you just so that you will give him jerky to do things.
Oh, that's a dirty. He's been. All right, we're gonna have a talk about it. Okay.
If you think about that, that makes him the perfect salesman, though. Like he is the best salesman.
Yeah, he always closes.
Yeah, he gets the best closer.
Price is gonna turn back to the rest of the group and just kind of relay the conversation that we were having. More or less, like, well, they want to make sure that we actually fell through a road because they don't think that, well, they don't believe that the tunnel crossed the road and we've got this problem now, so they're gonna go take a look. I basically mentioned that we could try and help them reinforce it.
But to be fair, we were off the main road, and it was more like a dirt road at that point. So it depends on their definition of road.
Talia, didn't we have a map?
We did. Or we do. And I'll pull out the map that she gave me. Be like, see, here, I'm going to point to here's the road that we took out of town, and this is where the hole is.
They have no idea how to interpret that. There's almost visual question marks above their heads when you show them this piece of paper with drawings on it.
I have an idea. How heavy are they? Could I, with my long arms, lift one of them up out of the hole so that they could see the road?
Isn't the goose's head still stuck there?
No, Scooter's not there. But your arms don't give you extra reach they're just they can be unnaturally long, but they wouldn't give you extra reach.
They gave me.
I mean, I probably could get him high enough to see. I'm 8 foot tall and a 15-foot thing. It might be
true.
Tall enough.
The changeling stuff doesn't let you change your size category per se.
Right. Well, but my torso wouldn't lengthen, but my arms would, because you let me lengthen them to help climb the tree.
I mean, I just use that for something.
That's fine. Okay, fair. But yeah, Kaito, that sounds good. Why don't we lift one of them up so that they can see the road for
Make
themselves?
sure Price tells them what we're doing,
reach.
so I don't think we're just randomly kicking them out of their hole.
Well, yeah, that.
So if you would kindly translate, Price.
I'll ask him. They said that they were gonna go look.
Oh,
I'm
they
kind
said
of.
they were gonna go look. Then why do we need to shove one up the hole?
I don't know. I didn't
Hell yeah.
suggest that.
Well, I didn't know. I don't speak their language.
I don't know
I
why,
just-
but
I just got done. Anyway,
yeah, he did tell
You know,
us. It.
that makes two of us. I've been around the world. I don't speak the language, but everybody's don't need explaining. I kind of got the gist of what they were talking about just from their gestures and references, right?
Okay, nerd.
They,
Okay.
I can tell you what they really. I was actually just doing lyrics. Sorry. You don't know that song?
That's so
Around
good,
the
kid.
world, don't speak. Yeah. Sorry. So are they
So
wanting
I
to,
will-
to go to the surface? Is that what's going on?
I will turn
No,
to
they need to go look themselves.
Kit and say, "Hey, Mr. Body Language," and then I'll turn around and I'll put my hands so they're like caressing me and I'm making out with myself. It's body language.
I'm glad it is dark enough that I can't see that very well.
Oh, body language.
So I don't know what they're necessarily saying, but it seems like we've made some great friends here, right? Are they
Yeah.
wanting to give us a tour of their tunnels?
I don't think we're at that level. From
They
what
might
Price
need
said.
to give us a little tour to the exit.
That's true. Because we need to get back up there.
Okay.
So
And-
we'll head with them and they can walk us over, to where the hole is, and we'll show them the road.
And
Hey,
also,
have y'all
Probably
seen
Kalia,
throw
Ramen?
somebody up out of the hole, but
Just throwing
I
it
don't
out
know
there.
how I would get up there.
when you looked at the map, you were not near the location, the intended location.
Which intended we
Where
were
the
not
mines are.
near- Right.
Well, we knew that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to reinforce that point, though.
Which when we started out, how did we not go back toward that way? I thought we were continuing past where we were before, and that this was beyond that, toward where
Yeah.
the
You're
the stuff
just
was.
not at the exact point yet, based
Oh,
on your
Gotcha.
sense of how long you've been traveling. That's what I was saying. Just looking at the map real quick.
Don't look at me. I ran enough with that wagon behind me.
So these guys are all like putting their weapons away, and they seem to have like these really sharp claws,
Well, that's how they.
and they kind of move past you.
That's so smart.
So
Coming through. They were about to prove you surface dwellers wrong.
What
I
did they
can't
just
wait
say?
to see the look on your face when you're proven wrong.
Bryce,
Oh, it'll
what
be
are they
so
saying?
sweet.
he's bragging about proving us wrong that there's not a road.
But we were
Hey, ask them
again.
if
It
they know
depends
anything
on their
about the mines.
definition of a road.
We're looking for mining, right? We're trying to find a mine.
yeah,
It-
I was just thinking that. But also, if they are miners, as the mole people, they could be competitors to what
As
we're
long as
doing.
they're not 49ers.
Or they could become best friends with us, and we can have like a little trade thing going with
That
them,
could
right?
be true. Yeah, we could establish different diplomatic trade relations.
Relations. Yeah.
That's a good point. Price, are you related to any of these people?
I mean, they're mole people. Don't be rude.
No,
I didn't think it was.
He's a
rude.
dwarf.
I thought that was open-minded. He's a gnome. He's a Sperneflin.
Oh, sorry. I
Right?
thought he said no. Right. No. Yes. Sorry. Out of character.
Did you
that
think he was
my brain.
Durgar? Oh, okay.
That was an out of character flub, not a
Okay.
intentional. Sorry.
Like, don't be rude. He's a
That's
dwarf. He's just beardless and tiny.
Don't
That-
be rude. Let me just
He's
be
not
species just for a
beardless.
minute.
Is he? No, we're talking about Bald, aren't we?
No, Price.
Good price.
Oh, Price does have a beard. I drew that motherfucker. You know how hard it is to draw facial hair?
Mr. Price, you think you could talk to him about the mines, maybe? If they know where they're at?
yeah. Should we maybe address this first?
What are we addressing? They're looking for holes?
Well, the fact that we got a wagon that we can't even get to the mine with, because on account of
Yeah.
there's a hole in the road.
Well, I'm thinking the tunnel we're in might lead right to the mine, in which case we just bring the wagon down here, build a little ramp for it, and just ka-chow.
The mine
Would
was
they let us
north of
build a
here, and the tunnels. It might turn. I could ask him. Hey,
Okay, so once we establish that there is the road, and we show them on our map, and then we can show them where the mine is on the map to see if they know about that, and they can maybe help us with that.
I like
We're
it.
probably gonna have to use the map to establish like this is an established road.
Right.
So you let them walk by you? Because you're kind of crowding the tunnel?
Well, yeah, if they're, I guess, digging a hole out to the surface, right? Is that what I understand?
So if you let them by...
Yes. Well,
okay.
that's, yes.
So when you let them by, they just kind of shove their claws into the dirt and start climbing. They have a climb speed.
Oh damn! Look at them go.
I'm gonna
It is
just follow
something I
behind
cannot
them
do.
and give them inspiration by singing a song about what they're doing.
All right, what song are you singing to them? And how's this gonna? You know what? Music can be the
Okay, yeah.
language beyond language.
It's an international language. I'm just strumming this lute, and I say, so you wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Bow, 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 bow. You dig a hole just like a boss, and I'll just sing this song. And then I'll just keep strumming the whole time they're digging. That's all I'm doing is singing. Not helping in any other way, just singing a song. Like I want to put my face like right up against their ears sometimes and just be you know.
Hey, you're
So-
just providing, entertainment support.
Kid,
Yeah.
if you get yourself slapped, I'm just gonna laugh. Just so you were aware.
Spoon Man would have been a good
Oh yeah. Except being a mole man. Veld was saying that Spoon Man would be a good inspiration for it.
Well, I didn't think of that, so I
Yeah,
didn't
man.
hook them on.
No, I like yours. I'm not saying it's missing anything.
So they climb up and out of the hole, and they look around. I mean, not that you could see unless you're following them out, which would be
Yep.
easy for you if you had a climb speed. They do.
Do I have a climb speed?
You do not. And Price, when you see them kind of disappear outside the hole, I mean, they're still standing around the hole, so you can kind of see them because it is, after all, 15 feet up. But you just hear, and a very audible, son of a bitch.
Sorry.
Price is going to turn to everyone. Oh, he said son of a bitch. So this is looking good.
I'm kind of just gonna start laughing.
And then they climb down. So,
Hey, fellas. So
yep.
yeah.
And it looks like he's reluctantly scratching something onto his clipboard.
Road found. Well, I'm going to turn to them and be like, you don't have anybody who happens to speak common, do you?
She said you don't happen to have anyone that speaks common, do you?
Yeah, there's some of us. There's a couple.
He said there's a couple.
Well, if we could connect with them, then we could communicate maybe more easily and, maybe talk to them about, trade. Maybe take them over to our town.
She said I'm bad at communicating, and so maybe you could get one of the other people that know common.
And I'm going to have no idea that you feel insulted by that because I don't speak what you're speaking.
Let's see. Let's do a quick roll
And I'm just
here.
going to be like giving you a thumbs up. Like, yeah.
Okay, yeah. They get the foreman. Let me see. We'd probably talk to the foreman. he would probably oh, I'm gonna have to give him this clipboard. He knows other language.
All right. Well, we might have a couple more questions for him if there's a way to speak to him.
I could send someone to go get him. Like
Oh,
you
that'd be
just
great.
see all that confidence in them just like drained away after he climbed back down. Like his entire world was a lie.
Let's see. I don't really have anything. I was gonna try and give him something just to cheer him up, but I don't have anything.
Like he went up there so confident and so excited. Like there was that song in a language that he couldn't understand, but it was so upbeat. Then he got up there, and now he's coming back down, just like everything sucks. But it's probably because he really doesn't like being proven wrong.
Yeah.
I'll send someone to get the foreman.
All right. Price is gonna look back. Yeah. So he says that he's gonna send someone to get the foreman. And that they know common, so we should be able to have a nice conversation. And he's the foreman, so he's a good chance he knows everything about this place, and then maybe the mine that we're looking for.
Oh, that'd be great.
So-
In the meantime, should we all try and climb back out?
Can you ask him? Is there any easier way out?
Oh, hey, is there another way to get in and out that's maybe not too far? Or is it best we just climb back out here?
Well, since you already proved me weren't wrong once, we could make another tunnel for you to get out.
Oh, well, I don't want to inconvenience you, but it would be greatly appreciated.
And the other two that you scared shitless earlier are just like nodding and thumbs upping. We'll build it. We can do it.
Oh, great. Price gonna look back to everyone. So, the two over there are really excited about tunneling out a way for us to get out of here without having to climb. Basically, they're going to make us an exit.
Oh, that's kind of them.
And they just kind of break out their big old claws and just start digging. Old people burrow holes.
We need another song, right, Kit?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll play the music, you sing the lyrics.
Nice. So one of the group, they're given an order to go get the foreman, while the other two begin their arduous task of digging a hole to the surface at an angle that is practical for people who don't have a climb speed.
A horse is gonna be okay making it up here, right?
Yes. What's a horse?
I'm a centaur, which is half horse. You see my legs are different from everyone else's, right? Because I can't see really well in here, but I assume you can.
Yeah, we see really well in here. Also, what's a centaur?
I'm a centaur.
Okay.
This entire embodiment of me is a centaur. With the flora on my back. Don't count Flora as part of a centaur. She's not part of me.
Is that like a weird? Okay, so it's not like a weird growth.
Are you telling me you knew Common this whole time?
Oh wait a
Oh
minute.
shit. I forgot. Because I said it and then you answered. I just assumed you understood me. And then we just kept going. That's hilarious.
He could
Oh,
have been
Joke's
no.
on-
one of
Joke's
them.
on me, I
understood.
guess.
There said there were multiple that could.
Strange
but
as
you
it
didn't think you
sounds,
could?
those are the only words he knows in common. So when you ask, you've known common this whole time, he just says, huh?
He's silent. Oh no, Cube, you good?
He only
it's okay.
knows what's a centaur and is that a growth?
Very important language lessons for communicating with other countries or other people.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, what is, and then just repeat what you said, like the word centaur. Like, no hablo Spanish. So yeah, they dig, and they just kind of disappear a little bit as they're making the tunnel upwards. And in that time frame, you hear the footsteps of somebody else coming. Another mole person. But they actually have like this cute little mining helmet on. It doesn't really have the light because they don't really need light, but he has like this like mining helmet on. He has like these leathers on that look like really dirty and dusty. He also has a quote unquote clipboard just made of bark that has a whole lot of scratch marks and a lot of things scratched off. And like a mining pick at his side. He looks real important compared to everybody else. Hello. I was informed that something about a road. And this is in common.
Oh, good. You speak common. Yeah. Well, we would like to get our wagon across. Would you be able to help us create a bit of a bridge over that part of the tunnel?
Of course.
Thank you so much. And
Even though our
when-
tunnels are so sturdy, and he smacks it the wall a couple times, and some of the loose sand falls in.
and I'll look around and be like, yeah, they are so sturdy. You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
And
do you need any like wood or something to help reinforce? You might be able to go fetch some.
No. Well, yes, but no. Well, yes and no.
So y'all are going to be able to fix it to make sure that the road up above can still be used so it doesn't collapse your tunnel?
Yes.
Even if we put 1,000 pounds of pressure on that thing and we ride across it, it won't fall in?
Correct.
Oh, wow. How often do y'all do this? Make your own, like, little, pathways and roads and tunnels like this?
We live in the tunnels. We make the tunnels that we live in. Wait a minute. We make
Well,
the
some are
tunnels and then
natural
we
built
live in them.
tunnels, right? Don't you reckon?
What?
I'd say some of these are naturally occurring in tunnels and like there is an underground that exists, right? Wouldn't you? It'd be more like you're connecting them, right?
We don't want to go too close to the really dark place.
Why not?
It's dangerous.
what's
What
the
kind
really
of-
dark place?
The really dark place.
Where is
Uh-huh.
that?
Down. And he just kind of points down with like a quiz look on his face at your question.
Well, you just said the same word twice without like giving us more detail about what it was.
It's really, really dark, and it's down there, and there's dangerous things down there.
Like what?
How far down is the darker place?
Really far. I went there once, never again.
So does that mean there are existing tunnels down there?
I mean, there's whole cave systems
he's-
down there.
Talking about the Underdark.
Is that what you're talking about?
What's the Underdark?
It's the Underdark. And then I'm gonna smile because it's doing the same thing he did to us.
Is that what's really, really down?
It's underneath what's subterranean, and it's dark.
Then probably, yeah.
But yeah, you go to the dark, and then you go underneath it.
That sounds right. Never go in there again. Did it once. Too scary.
Can y'all see in the like up above?
Sometimes it hurts our eyes if we're up there too long.
And you actually notice that he has like a pair of goggles around his neck.
Also, we're on our way to do a little bit of mining ourselves. I know you're technically not mining, you're digging, which is very similar though, right? Do you know anything about that? Like a mine shaft up north of here, or?
Hmm.
And he kind of puts a clawed finger on his lip. He's just thinking. And then he looks down to his wooden clipboard.
How far north? There's a lot of caves.
I'm gonna look to Kalia, who knows more about it.
You made it weird.
Wait, did you say Kalia or Kaito?
Got Kalia.
Well, I mean, we're still exploring the area, and the caves that we know of are, I guess, in that direction. So I'm going to point to where I would think that they are. Do you know if that's also an area of darkness that you've been to, or is it different?
That's further north than where we've gone.
Oh. Well, I wonder, I mean, we didn't see any tunnels connecting to the other area, so there's probably other spots we should go check out. Do you happen to know if there's any ores to be mined in the different caves that you've come across?
I mean, we come across a lot of metal in caves. We don't need it.
Well,
Well, I mean,
we would.
a little bit.
And then he points to some of the spears.
Well, we have a blacksmith in town, and we'd be happy to trade you maybe some finished goods for the raw material, or something for the material you don't use for the different metals and ores.
I mean, what do you have to trade?
Well, what do you need?
We like food.
We do have some good food options.
What kind of food?
Well, to answer that question, it'd be better to show you. When you are done and at a good stopping point, why don't you join us and come back to our town, and we will show you some options.
Hmm.
And he looks at all of you.
I guess. But we do have to reinforce this tunnel first, because apparently people are falling in it. And there's a road.
That sounds very wise.
Are you going to be back anytime soon?
I'm gonna, it could depend on a couple of things. One moment, and I'll kind of look to the group and be like, do we want to maybe get some samples of food for them, or take them back to the town and then continue forth? We're going to need some time, or they're going to need some time to help us build a bridge across this.
Well,
We could
I mean,
always,
if you're
yeah.
going north and you're coming back eventually, just knock on our doorstep or fall in another hole.
well, we can do that. Do you need any materials to get you started on that bridge across the hole?
Nope.
Well, great. Thank you. Well, we will definitely let you know when we're on our way back, and you can join us heading back to town.
Okay.
And he waves off the quote unquote guards. And they seem like they go back to patrolling the tunnels.
Well,
And
I'm
it-
gonna turn to Price. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, in that time frame, the other two have come back to you with a thumbs up.
Be like, well, that's encouraging. And I'll turn to Price, be like, Price, you did such a great job.
He's got his fists on his hips and his cloak is just billowing behind him, standing up really tall.
So when they made it back to you with their thumbs up, they point to a tunnel, the fresh tunnel they just dug in the duration of your conversation with them.
Oh, that was fast. By the way, Mr. Foreman, what's your name?
You can call me Franklin.
Oh, Franklin. All right. Well,
But the S
we'll
is
know who to
silent.
ask for. Sorry, what?
The S is silent. So Franklin.
Got it. What part is the? I'll figure out that. Anyway, yeah, we'll ask for Franklin. Make sure we get the right one with the S being silent, and we really appreciate your hospitality and all your help.
Yeah, it's always nice to have visitors come through who are welcoming and horse people.
And he
She's
nods.
called us Centaur. Anyway. All right. I guess out we go.
So if you go to the tunnel that they dug, it's not as tall as it's 10 feet. It's like 10 by 10 as opposed to 15 by 15. Kind of, it seems like they had a little bit less time to actually dig even more, but it's enough for you guys to safely make your way out. And it does ramp a little steep, but nothing that anybody would really have. It's not like difficult terrain steep. It's just, mostly to get you back up to the surface very quickly.
Well, that's helpful.
Now, I don't want to seem like a nervous Nelly or nothing, but is anybody else concerned that there is an opening, what technically can lead to the Underdark so close to town? Just considering the tactics that Drow historically have used to ambush people on the surface, to drag them to enslavement and such.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of dangers around town that we've found, and we've kind of figured we deal with them as we can. And I mean, knowing that they're there,
And
we can protect against it.
also, I think that these mole people could probably, if we establish a good rapport with them, they could alert us to any
Mhm.
activity of that sort, or call on our help because they'll probably need it.
Yeah.
What would be a cute idea? I don't know if we could actually do it. You know how we got a whole bunch of goblins what live at home, right?
There goes my
in the little
latency.
town. What if we didn't just like make friends with them? What if we invited them to be part of the community, and they could be like below the surface? They could build their own kind of town with tunnels and stuff. And that way we could have mole people, we could have goblins and elves and humans and just everybody and all these diversities and stuff helping each other and making sure we're keeping each other safe. That way they could deal with subterranean threats.
And I'm going to have my hand on my chin and be like, not only do I love that idea, but we also build openings into like the blacksmith and the tavern, so they wouldn't have to go
Yeah.
outside where it's really bright to interact
Right?
with us too. I like it. I'm gonna put my fist in my hand and be like, I like it. We should do that.
Well, I think if we're gonna succeed on this, just say nothing.
Sweet.
Oh, nice. Okay. That is ample time to answer, so this is confirmation. So if we exit out the tunnel and we can make our way back to Scooter and the wagon, how soon are they gonna have like a bridge set up so that we don't collapse trying to get to the mines?
Oop.
Uh-oh.
Oh, lag a clock. He can hear us.
It's specifically Discord that does it.
Well,
My Discord
Um,
servers.
I mean, we were going to continue on and then we can invite them on our way back. But given that Miss Flora is asleep on Kaito's back, should we call it for tonight and then continue forward next game?
Nope, we continue until we're at 3 hours minimum. Hmm.
Are you joking or serious?
Are you back?
I don't know.
Can I have a fluffier?
I mean, you guys still got
So you
some
can use
place to.
the pillow?
I mean, just she'll be fine. We still got plenty of time, stuff to do.
Well, I mean, we could definitely head north and continue on with our map excursion. Also, I'm going to take something. I'm sure I have, since I have a map, I'm going to have some sort of writing implement to just like sketch where we know that the tunnel is on the map, just so we have an idea, and put a little kind of box where the bridge will be, where the hole currently is, just so we can show that to Luana when we get back.
Because, there's still 1, 2, 4 or 5 other people. It's like, we continue. That's why we have extra people, in case somebody has to leave early or can't make it.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Well, then...
Or
so
would you
the-
say you put a sign there?
I mean, Price, could you make us a sign that just says caution? I mean, what would the sign say in your mind there, Cube?
I don't know. It's his sign. I'm just saying, because you're saying you want to put like a box down or something.
Oh no,
So-
on the map.
He was
I would
Writing
I
it
would
on the
draw,
map.
Oh,
I would just
okay. I thought you were saying
draw
like putting a box
square
on the
shape.
road.
No, I would just draw a little box shape on the
Thank you
map
for
to
the
show
follow
where the
there,
bridge
Rhett.
will be, but where the hole currently is,
Welcome in.
so that
Welcome
I
in.
can share that detail. And we're probably going to have to leave the wagon on the other side of the road then until there's a functional kind of bridge crossing. Price, do you need to check on Scooter and see if he's okay with kind of keeping security tight while we continue north?
So how are we going then?
Will we be walking? I don't think. I mean, did I miss something about how we'd be able to get the wagon across before the bridge? I thought that was kind of the whole point of needing the bridge.
Just don't
Yeah,
look at me.
that's
I
the-
can only carry about 400 pounds.
I mean, we're doing fine walking.
I mean,
gonna
we can
take-
scout ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it takes us a little bit more time, but I mean, we can spend less time talking and more time walking. Sound good to
I
y'all?
say we push forward. Go check out the cave location.
Okay.
Wait,
Cave
what?
scene ready?
What did Ald say?
To
I
push.
said
oh,
push forward, push on forward, and check out the mine cave location
All right.
without the wagon until
Okay.
the bridge
we
is
have a
complete.
little bridge.
Actually, I can put the tokens on while they're figuring that out.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah. Just as a an aside, because I was looking at this, Seiji,
Yeah.
you should be able to do 60 times whatever that is, right? So you should be able to push pull. It's either 800 or 1,600 pounds.
That's
Like
pushing and
carrying.
pulling.
Yeah, carrying is physically what you're carrying in your arms and like on your back.
It-
If you were
Right.
Yeah.
attached to something, you're not
Price
carrying, you're pulling,
ball.
right?
Right.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
which is
perfect.
why the wagon was fine, but I can't just
Yeah.
carry everybody. That's what I was trying to say.
Why would you carry everybody?
Because I move
Plus,
faster
I
than
think
all of y'all.
is your carry capacity that low? Because you
I
are
can
treated as a
carry-
large creature.
According to my inventory, I carry 480 pounds, and I'm at 87 of my gear, and Flora said she was 90 something. So unless everybody else was under 50, I wouldn't be able to carry everybody by that number.
Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3 of you, so you could take turns walking.
And I don't think weight includes the basic body weight.
Yeah. But like I said, unless everyone else was under 50 pounds, I wouldn't be able to carry everybody.
I mean, I think, well, unless somebody's really intent on riding, I think we could just walk
Yeah.
and keep exploring. In fact, while you guys discuss that, Val, do you want to go scout out what's past these trees with me?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna head
And we just
west,
stick-
or we could go west, northwest, and north. Which direction do you want to go?
Who are you asking?
Oh, Val.
Looking at the map.
I might go in a kind of a northwesterly direction this way.
Yeah, that's like just diagonal.
Damn, y'all like moving real far, don't you?
Oh no, that was I was trying to just show him what direction I was thinking of moving. Sorry, I didn't mean to let my character go yet. So if I were to go, okay, so I'm thinking I'd probably get to what that'd be about. Oh, let me find my measurement tool in here. I guess I would get to, oh, whoops. I would get to there. And I would be being stealthy. There we go.
About there would give.
Do I run into anything crazy?
Nope.
All right.
I'm just looking at your. So you would definitely see that there's kind of a break in the land, not like a stream, but like an actual break. Like there's a clear and present like cliffside kind of thing.
Hmm. Like a narrow ravine?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to tell from your distance, but yeah.
All right. So from my distance, it could also be just look like a ditch.
Hmm.
Okay. And let's see. All right. Do I perceive anything around me or in that direction? Hearing anything? Do I smell any campfires?
Let's see. So from there, you could well, first off, you could definitely hear the sound of water. And right there.
Like from that direction to the west?
Yep, definitely water.
Okay.
And let's see, what else? Where is it? Well, I mean, obviously the rustling of the trees, your party back there, Scooter honking disgruntledly. And roll me a D100.
Let's see. That thing? That's not right. Hang on.
There's a dice tray.
Mm.
61. All right, I gotta refer to a list here. Duh, 61. That would
How's that?
be. Yep, I have to refer to
Okay.
a list. Okay. 61 or 16. Oh, this is fantastic. All right. So you're kind of looking around, trying to figure out where you are, what's going on. And by some unknown, twist of fate via a natural 20. Reread this and make sure I got it right. You see what looks like maybe an old camp. Very, very old. Like probably like somebody's come through here years ago, but it was like a little caravan maybe. You can see maybe like the very faint indentation of like wagon wheels and
What direction do they appear to be going? Like north south or east west kind of thing?
right in front of you.
Like from the corner that we came from, continuing out in like this direction?
So where these 3 trees have been cut down,
Yeah.
it goes to that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it stopped there and then it had gone back.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So that D100 was for that. I need to see one more thing.
Very cool.
Private, hold this one.
Oh, and sometimes when
Holy
I
shit.
check in, after I like verbally follow up on something, it's totally not about
You gotta
wanting to
see
rush
that, right?
you. It is actually
you don't
because
see
I have
that.
this paranoia that suddenly
It was a 99.
Discord has stopped working and I'm
Just
just
so you
sitting
know.
here like an idiot because it has absolutely happened. So don't ever feel rushed.
Okay then.
I just want to avoid sounding like a Nokia ad. Be like, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? If that doesn't make me sound horribly old.
I need. So yeah, you're in that area, and this is like this old campsite or the indentations of an old campsite. And with your natural 20, it kind of looks like you see some like really, really old, maybe it's like some playing cards or something, but most of them have just been destroyed just due to age and time, worn away by the weather or animals chewing on them. But one of them does seem like it's still intact.
Oh. Well, I will pick it up and take a look at it.
Kind of looks like an old like card of some kind.
Like
it's really
playing card
dirty.
versus
You might have to clean it off a little bit or a lot.
I'll like rub the face of it on my pants to try and clean it off a little bit.
Yeah. You clean it off. And as you take a look at it, peering back at you is... It seems to be like some kind of stylized would be the right word. Stylized version of you. An old divination card bearing your likeness.
Oh, that's not spooky at all. I'll be looking at it, be like, whoa, wow, that's definitely strange. Well, I will tuck it very carefully into my pouch. And do I see anything else or
Nope.
Anything of interest? All right. Well, then I'll come back and I will tell the party what I saw about that really cool like old caravan camp, and I'll pull out this card and be like, check out how spooky this is. Look at this card I found at the campsite. I swear it looks so familiar, but I can't quite place it. And I'll kind of hold it up, facing you guys, kind of next to my head, be like, so weird.
think I have any. I don't think I would notice it. Pretty cool though.
Super neat. So I'll tuck it back in my pouch. So it looks like there's some type of a ditch or cliff face kind of out in the field over that way. And I'll point toward the kind of what I'm not sure is ravine yet. And I also heard some running water. So I'm almost thinking we may go check to see if the water is running into the ditch. Because if so, we might need our new friends to build us a second bridge.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Are they going to be
mean-
able to build a bridge over water? Do they know how to do that?
If there is actual water, did it show water in between on the map where we're supposed to go, or is this the wrong direction? Do we need to go the other way?
Oh yeah, Cubed, was this any of this on the map? Like the
Nope.
water and the ravine?
Well,
Ah.
like not as a significant part on the map. Like it would be on the map, but not like this is where you need to go, kind of thing. So not on the map as in it's not marked as anything important. It is
But it
just
would
here.
show that there's a ravine there, or would it show that there's water there?
It just
for
shows
example?
water.
Okay.
And
does
it's
it
on the
show-
way to the mine that's marked on our map.
Actually, kind of
Right.
side. So this is more. So if you just keep heading north, yeah, then you'd hit, according to your map, you'd hit a body of water that you just have to go around.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay.
Because right now you guys are off road.
Well, I thought we came out on the other side of the road from the hole.
Yeah, which is off road. Because I
No, but
thought
I
you said
thought
you
we came
went
back-
further to the side, or maybe I misinterpreted what you said.
Oh no, I thought we were just going to get back on the road on the other side of the hole and continue on the road.
Oh, I thought okay, I misinterpreted. Which I thought when you were saying going to the other side of the hole, like following the ditch until there wasn't a ditch anymore.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought the way that it was
That's
described
okay.
about the mole people digging a path up to view the hole is
Yeah,
that
that was me
it would
misinterpreting what
dig
they
it
were
up
saying.
so that
Okay.
we would be able to like be on the other side of the hole. I thought that's what they were doing. So I just assumed we were back on the road. But
Okay.
But I mean, I could see that if there
Miscommunication.
was something interesting over here, we could have probably wandered off the road a little bit. But if we would technically, if we are in the map area that's to the west of where we were planning on being, I would probably like, okay, so if we assume that to be the case, we'll just put it that way. Then I'm going to turn to the team and be like, that the wagon tracks to that camp kind of end there. So we could keep going exploring, but it looks like there's just like a body of water and open stuff that we'd have to go around anyway. So we probably should just head back to the road.
Can you?
But it's
As a
also a
s-
location
side-
where a wagon would fit.
Can you?
That's
Can
true.
you indicate the a caravan location on the map we have?
Yeah. So I'll
So
sketch
that
it
we
in.
can- Yeah.
And does it look like well, I guess so do the tracks go from that spot and then down this way? Like conceivably being able to bring the wagon up this way? Is
I mean,
that
you'd be able to get
what
the
was that?
wagon up there. The tracks come and go because time wears
Okay.
away. So you just noticed the spot where the tracks were, where they probably set up a caravan and there was a lot of wagons or very heavy.
Hmm. When I was over here, did it appear that there were like could I see enough like out into like this area to kind of make an educated guess that we could take the wagon around the trees and then maybe back to the road?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, then when I get back, or when I got back, I would also I would say, hey, if we want, we could probably bring the wagon up and around these trees, avoiding that divot in the road. Or we could leave the wagon there until the bridge is fixed. Do you guys have a preference?
Well, if we could bring it with us, we might as well.
All right. Well, sounds good. Well, let's go get the wagon, and I'm gonna point in this direction over here. Be like, looks like we can take the wagon up this way and maybe go around the trees to the north and then reconnect with the road up there.
So I guess what I just need to know is, are you planning to just go around?
I think possibly. So, I'm going to show you guys on the map my idea, and we'll pretend that I described it in a way that makes sense. But I'm thinking we go over this way to the caravan camp, and then if it seems plausible to bring the wagon up and over, maybe we could go then this way, and then reconnect with the road that's east of us.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. Then
Mhm.
sounds like that's what we're gonna do. So we will go get the
Perfect.
wagon and go that way.
Perfect. You gather the wagon and all of your supplies and a disgruntled scooter, and you make your way through the tree, following a path, and up until you get back to the road, to which you are pretty much undisturbed. And if you continue to follow the road, eventually it does kind of stop completely, as if to say way less people have traveled this particular side, or maybe something else. I need everybody to give me a checking. This be survival.
Roar.
Ooh. I'm going to use my inspiration to re-roll that.
You sure you want to use your inspiration on?
Yeah.
Nice.
With your inspiration, you know exactly what three other people know. You guys follow the road, but thinking back on it, and you guys kind of reach the same conclusion at pretty much the same time. You probably took the wrong path, because it doesn't make any sense for a road to just come to an end like this. Quote unquote road, dirt path, I should say. Widened dirt path.
But didn't we follow the map?
You did.
And does the map show that there should be more road?
Nope.
Did the map show an end to the road?
Nope.
I guess I'm confused. I have trouble
So-
operating without some idea about what we were even operating from. Like,
So
it's
you were
really hard to make decisions.
So the roads themselves aren't necessarily very, if any, drawn on the maps. The map just had like cave location, because the roads aren't done yet, so they can't officially convey that this is actually a road.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they can't be like, here's a dirt path, but we're just going to classify this as a road. So that's why they have the location set up in a way where it's, here's our town, and maybe a line drawn, not so much a road, but just a line drawn, go this way and follow this road or this path, and somewhere around here in the big circles, or somewhere in this area is the thing you're looking for.
Gotcha. So I guess then, I mean, where the road ends spatially, where is that in relation to where we see the cave on the map?
You are within the radius of the circle
Okay.
with your survival.
Okay. Would we be at like the south end of the radius or in the center, or where are we in that radius?
Let's see, with an 18 and 18 and a 20 and 18. You're probably a little bit to the west of it. Because, I mean, for all you know,
Okay.
the cave could be right on top of you. It's somewhere within the circle, so it's not... The cave isn't like dead center of the circle. It's just somewhere in this area.
Yeah, but it gives me an idea of like something to operate from. So I guess given that, since we did have to avoid a chunk of the trees, it might be good for us to backtrack and see if there is another road branching off. Otherwise, we could basically put Scooter back at the wagon, or Scooter in the wagon at the spot where the road ends, and then look out the rest on foot. Does that sound like a potential plan?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we don't necessarily need a road for the wagon, right? That's what creates the road, right? Is the
We also
progression.
need a path
But-
wide enough for a wagon, though.
Right, but I guess with our survival check, we kind of got the sense that maybe we took like the wrong branch of a path. So what I'm inferring from that is that we need to first check to see if it branches off to somewhere that might have a more direct connection to the actual cave entrance. And if there is no branch between where we are and where the hole was, then we know that we can just leave the wagon at where the either the road ends or continue on just through the grass if it's feasible. But worst case scenario, we can leave it where the road ends. But first, I think it's important that
Okay.
we double check to see if there's a branch to the road that we might have missed by going through the trees. That's all. I could be inferring it, but that's what I'm thinking based on what I heard.
And Kit, give me a perception check.
Only Kit,
11.
right?
Yep, just Kit.
Actually, hold on, because I'm feeling really lucky right now. Whatever.
I mean, there is a possibility that somebody could give you guidance.
Oh,
I'm gonna kind of gently poke Flora, be like, "Hey, Flora, you
Price
with
has
us?"
guidance.
Oh, does he? Oh, perfect. Well, never mind. I will let Flora sleep.
I'm doing that thing like I want to visibly be on the lookout for things because it's the end of the road and everything. There's a lot of trees, so I'm like squinting my eyes and I've got like my hand just perpendicular, right, horizontal, like next to my eyebrows. It's not even that sunshiny, so this is doing nothing but making me feel like I'm looking harder, right? Just in Price's general direction, vicinity.
Is Price even here
So that
right
he
now?
could offer
Yeah.
guidance.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you do
Go
it?
for
What's
it.
it look like? What are you doing?
Oh well. Pretty much, I've just been giving people high fives. So
Low fives, because you're a gnome.
yeah.
Is it low fours? They only have 4 fingers. Is it a D4?
Yep,
That's a 16.
that's enough. So as everybody's, taking note of the, the path and the map and where they are, you just kind of were just like, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. Which kind of gave you a moment to just be like, well, since I don't know what's going on, I'll just kind of looking around, seeing what's around here. And
Well, I was born in the sticks. My mama's a wood elf, right? So I got a little inkling of what's going on sometimes.
And out of the corner of your eye, you could swear that you saw some tiny creature like observing you, and then it darted into the bushes. Maybe like a squirrel, some small and fuzzy. But
Well, I'm gonna
everybody's
do,
delineating the road and the maps, and you just saw that.
I'm not gonna do a sneaky. What language is it? I want to throw caution to the wind because we're in our level now. We're on the surface level, so we don't have to be super cautious about everything. So I'm just gonna kind of like rush forward a little bit and just call out loud as I can, "Hey, is that a squirrel up there?" Just so everybody knows where I'm going and what I'm doing, or wherever it was on the map.
Representative
You're
mapping.
shouting after squirrels.
Young man
Okay.
yells at squirrels.
Young man.
It's okay if Kaido kind of like trails Kit to make sure he's okay and stays okay.
I'm calling out so people know where I'm going so they can come if they want.
Okay, then
Sorry,
Kaido's
I
gonna
saw
follow
something
Kit.
up here and I'm not helping with the map situation at all. It's just I'm definitely gonna try to track down this furry thing that I saw.
Okay, Kaido's gonna follow Kit to make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. I can't stop him from getting in trouble, but I can stop him from getting in too much trouble.
Allegedly. So you just follow this little creature, and it's like running away from you. It's running, you're chasing.
Can Kaido tell what it is?
Cunning action dash, and then also action to dash, and also movement, so I can get 90 movement, please.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna full-fledged. I'm running after this thing.
Chase away, my child.
Gotta catch up to it.
You do. And give me a little let's see, I want to say attack roll, or I mean, are you trying to catch it or just
Nope.
Okay.
I'm trying to run parallel to it.
So this thing is like darting through the trees in the bush, and you're just like, almost like an anime. You're like running up next to it, and you like look over it. It's like trying to run away, and you're keeping up with it.
Straight back behind me as I'm leaned as far forward as I can. Naruto running through the woods.
Yeah, and you're like you give it a wink probably. It's like, I'm keeping up with you.
Just wanted to see what it was up close.
It is definitely a squirrel. And it is definitely, and you're like you're focused on it, right? You're like keeping up with it and keeping your eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an acrobatics, as you are so focused on this squirrel
14.
that you manage to stop yourself in the split in the best possible time as to not fall in a hole.
Another hole.
Where it kind of looks like a tree had been, a tree fell over, and like the wood, the stump just has rotted away. Like you can probably still see bits of it.
Squirrel, as I was pulling up on it, was it just like this was a squirrel that looked at me and ran away, and I just chased it? Or
Give
was
me a
there,
nature
like,
check.
a sentience to it. Crit 21.
Well then, that's, as you looked at it, that squirrel had a sense of intelligence to it.
Mm-hmm. And it didn't respond when I said, "Hey there, squirrel."
Nope. But you'd also imagine, it doesn't. Responding is very difficult verbally as a squirrel.
I'm gonna with that 14 acrobatics check. I'm gonna keep up with the squirrel, and I'm just gonna fucking jump and do a little flip over this hole, and just be like, "Well, that's close back there." And then I'm gonna call back, "Kaido, there's some kind of hole. Watch out! Don't fall in the hole." And then I'm just gonna try to ask this squirrel to stop. Like, can you slow down? Can you I'll make gestures. I don't know what I could do. Maybe
Roll down your window. Put on some shades.
rations.
Give me a persuasion, but with disadvantage because it's kind of running from you.
I'm gonna try again because I'm feeling a little lucky. Actually,
Well, if you're feeling lucky, that would be a 19.
I was gonna say, yeah, that makes that a 19 plus 5, so a 24.
So you, so what do you say? So what are the words you use here?
Do I get the feeling that it can understand me, or am I trying to portray what I'm trying to convey?
You're not sure. That's like a gamble you kind of have to take right now.
Stop, friends. eat nuts, rations, berries. Safe?
It stops in its tracks as you start
Oh.
mentioning food.
To a halt. I'm gonna pull out some whatever rations I have, probably like dried jerky and berries and nuts and stuff that you can kind of gather. And I'll deplete a ration to extend to this squirrel. And I'm not even gonna extend my hand to like feed this thing because I, on that crit on the nature check, I felt like intelligence there, right? So maybe if there's like a flat stone, like that looks clean enough, I could lay it out right there, and then I'll just sit down cross-legged and just be like, "Oh, that was a great run we just had. Do you even understand anything I'm saying?" And I just leave the food out there.
It just kind of looks at the food, looks up at you, and because of that persuasion, it nods. But it's still a little apprehensive, right? Because it still doesn't know you, but it's not actively fleeing.
I used 4 inspirations already today. There you go. Now who's not using them?
Me?
As Kaido comes up, I'm gonna like turn my head and like put my index finger to my lips just to kind of be like, just shush him to, not make any sudden movements or be too loud or anything. And be like, hey, my name's Kit. I'm just wandering out here, and you. I don't know if it's just happenstance that you nodded your head when I said something to you, or if you're just like a random feral squirrel out here who just happened to be moving your head when I asked a question. So I will ask again. Can you understand what I'm saying?
It nods its head.
Fuck yeah. Man, this would be a whole lot easier if I could just speak with animals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't you have the spell speak with animals, so that's why I said it like that. You're also muted. Or you could possibly be AFK. It's probably most.
Both.
Well, only that way we could understand one another if I was using that. But since I can understand it and it can nod, I'm just gonna be like, my name's Kit. We're just out here, and I'm gonna point way down south to my friends and my giant goose. We're not meaning to hurt nobody or interrupt no wildlife or whatever situation you got out here. You live out here by yourself, or you got friends and family and all that?
It shakes its head.
Do you need me to speak to animals, Kit?
I'll murder you.
I'm sorry.
just
I'm having a
asked if you can
time.
speak to animals.
I'm having a time, and I keep tuning in and out. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
But-
that's all right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kit's gonna look up to Kaido as he offers, like, yeah, I remember senior year you took that class on squirrel speaking. You know
Well,
how
not
to
necessarily
chirp
squirrel
and
speaking,
squeak and-
but I got that.
got what?
I clicked the thingy.
Oh, that doesn't exist because we're in the woods right now because of role playing.
What?
Sorry, I was being immersed. I was being my character. Okay.
Right. Sorry. Say it again, Kit.
No, I was just saying that you took a class on communicating with animals.
Yep. It has nothing to do with the fact of things I do. Totally was entirely the class's fault. Or doing. So, height
Okay.
Earl, you said?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have a name? Do others call you anything?
Don't really have names. Don't think I ever thought of that. What would be a good name?
Kit would be a good name for a squirrel.
Kit. I like it.
The squirrel is now named Kit. I'm sorry.
Oh, tell him that's my name too.
That's his name too.
Listen to them like make little chipmunk squirrel kind of noises.
A centaur making chipmunk noises.
No, Kit's making this chipmunk noises.
What? No, the centaur. Like you're speaking with animals. This is you being able to
Oh,
understand and kind of speak their language
Okay, I guess
and
that's fair.
mannerisms.
Okay, well, his name's Kit as well. He'll look at like Kit the person real quick. Like, what am I asking him? What are we finding out? Sorry. I
Well,
wasn't-
he can understand me. I just can't understand him. If you could kind of translate for me.
All right, I can
I
translate.
think that's the first question I would ask is how it knows common or how it can understand common. Maybe the same way you talk to squirrels. I don't know.
You need me to translate what he just said to you, Squirrel Buddy, or Kit Squirrel Kit.
Yeah, that'd be great.
He's wondering how you know common or understand him enough to be able to answer him at all.
I don't know. I just woke up one day and felt smarter.
He looks at the Kit human. He just woke up this way.
So you think he's under the influence of an awakening spell? Maybe. I don't know because I think
I
usually
don't
that
know
gives
anything
them a
about
language.
awakening spells. That's how am I going to
Yeah,
explain that to the squirrel?
I think you took more, martial prowess classes. I took a lot of arcana kind of
That's 'cause
history
you're the
magic
nerd.
classes. I wouldn't say it's nerdy to like knowledge.
Yeah, it's not, and it is at the same time. Being a nerd is not a bad thing, but can you
So
make this a question I
there
can
are
make
some
easier?
there are some spells that people can cast, and it can make a tree root itself up, walk around, and be like, "Hey, my name's George."
Yeah, but the
This
squirrels
exists in the
wouldn't have been the
world,
one who
and it
did it.
does it right. No, I'm saying these are spells because you said you didn't know what that was. I'm explaining what it was.
Right.
And
Oh,
so the same thing
that's
can
fair.
happen to animals. You could cast this on a pig, and then it just be like, "Hey, I'm Oliver." So if he doesn't know how he suddenly has this intimate level of knowledge,
Oh, he
then my
worded it
money's
as
on
he woke up smarter.
yeah. So my money's on somebody did some kind of awakening spell on him, which means there might be some kind of like wizard or sorcerer or magic initiate of some sort or witch or something in the woods.
Okay, can you wrap this up into what I'm asking him?
Yeah, is there
Or
any
her?
magic folk that he knows?
Okay, he'll look back at the squirrel. Do you know of anyone who uses magic? And if you don't know what magic is, it's like stuff that they can do that doesn't really make sense, but it works.
The forest is magic. And he just holds up his little squirrel hands.
Is there a person who controls the magic in this forest then?
He definitely looks very confused. Squirrel shrug.
Other
Okay,
people like him that sometimes just wake up with comprehension.
Yeah, but he got eaten.
So there's only two of you.
Wait,
As far as I know.
who got eaten?
The second person who could understand. Was it a squirrel too?
Yeah, he was a badger.
Badger and squirrel, two best friends. All right, so part of me was thinking maybe there's some kind of enchantment on the forest or something that can get animals to this elevated level of intelligence. But if it's just the two of you, then but two's still more than one. So if it happened twice, it ain't a coincidence, right? Kinda.
So you know this forest pretty well, right, little Kit Squirrel?
Yeah, a little bit from here to there.
Would you happen to know where a mine is that we're looking for? It's like a big cave that people can go in and pull rocks out of. I guess is the best way to describe that.
Big noses have caves.
Who's
Big noses?
Mhm.
Can you show us?
He points in the direction you came from.
How about maybe you come with us long enough to find this and then we can check it out? Is that okay with you, Squirrel?
His name's Kit.
Look, it's weird saying Kit and Kit in the same conversation. I'm sorry.
Well, you shouldn't have named him Kit.
I didn't name him Kit. I was asking you to name him, and he said, "Oh, I like Kit," and he kind of named himself.
Too late now. Now there's two Kits. There's Kit the elf, Kit the squirrel.
Oh, half
Kit,
elf.
Kit.
Ask him if he wants to travel with us.
That's what I just did.
We're real fun. I mean, like on a permanent basis. He come live
Oh,
in town with
permanently?
us.
Uh,
I don't know.
Does
What's
the
he got
squirrel
going on
wanna live
here?
in a? I mean, he lives here. I don't.
Does he?
Okay, squirrel, Kit, squirrel.
I mean,
Yeah.
somebody would love to have.
Kit beside me wants you to permanently join our group and possibly live in the town with us, but I don't know if you'd be interested in that.
Other people,
For
when I
sure.
walk up here, I did shout really loud where we were going, and you would have seen me like stop and put food on a rock, and we're all kind of sitting down now. Anybody's interested?
Yeah, that would have been plenty of time for you guys to meander up there.
Technically, Flora's with us too because she's passed
Yeah.
out on my back. I think
Or you could just,
technicalities.
if anything, you could just leave her in the wagon with Scooter as well.
Okay, she's in the wagon then. Because it feels weird just carrying someone sleeping. Because I have to always be like concerned of them falling off. Would you join us? Possibly.
Is it dangerous?
Not when you're with us.
It shouldn't be dangerous. Let's put it that way.
You see how big? I see me translating. You see how big Kaido is? Ain't
Mhm.
nothing
You want
he
me to
can't
tell
handle.
him how big I am?
Yeah, tell him I said
he
it.
can-
It's from me.
but-
well, he
but-
can understand me. I just can't understand him. I guess is
Yeah.
Yeah, I
just
was
gotta
gonna
tell me-
say, why are you asking me to say what you're saying?
So he can
Uh,
understand us. But
yeah. Doesn't
can't-
it seem like destiny?
can't
Like
speak
like
back to
fate?
us, but just Kaido.
I don't can understand him. Yes.
He can understand it. He can't speak it.
doesn't have the appropriate physical parts to speak common. Or writing skills to write in dirt. Oh, dangerous.
No offense, right? But it can't possibly be more dangerous than how you're living right now. There's owls.
Yeah,
out
didn't you just
here
say
and
you just saw a
coyotes
badger
and-
get eaten? He's bigger than you are. Wouldn't it be better to travel with bigger people?
I
You got a lot of
get-
food.
His ears perk up. Okay.
Y'all know how you like to set aside like
Kaido would
food
put his
supplies
hand
and
down
stuff?
for the squirrel to hop down onto, and then once he does, he's gonna put it on Kit's shoulder. That way they're team Kit. Kit and Kit. It'll be fine.
The kids.
The kids. Oh, and then he would notice Val as if he turned like, oh, Val me Kit the squirrel.
Hit the squirrel. Okay.
He's joining us, and he also said there's a cave mine. I asked him about a mine, but he wasn't sure what that was. I don't think so. I explained it as a cave that someone could take rocks out of, and he said there's a cave with someone with giant noses. So I think we're gonna head that way and hope it's the mine we're looking for. Question mark?
Well, Kit, you mentioned giant noses, and you said it's from the way we came. We just met a bunch of mole people, and they had some pretty big snogs, right?
Yeah, but they weren't in a cave. They were in a hole in the ground.
They
What's a
could have
hole in the
cave.
ground but an underground cave?
But I specified a cave that rocks are coming out of.
There's
So
rocks
They
underground.
can. That means they
yeah.
doesn't mean they can't not have a cave.
But they,
He's
they
gonna look at
already-
his score.
they-
Were they under?
they
Was
did-
it under the ground?
Uh huh.
Yeah, they already told us that they know of some caves and that they were dangerous. So I think the mole people are who he's referring to.
It'd be wonderful if you were here to chime that in at.
Happy
I
to
mean,
help.
there are lots of caves. Just some are dangerous.
Yeah.
Do you know of one that's close to where we're at here? An
Uh-huh.
opening above ground?
He said yes.
Would you be willing to show us? And I'll reach into my pouch and like grab a handful of the nuts and berries from my ration and be like, I'd be happy to trade you some snacks.
Oh, he's joined us. He's always going to be needing snacks.
Well, perfect.
Well, then here is your pay as a full-fledged adventurer in our party.
So he takes some of the food that was already put on the ground, and since he's already on Kit's shoulder, it's so just a question, Kit. Is that hair accurate? Is in the artwork? Okay.
He also wears the scarf. Yeah.
So he's probably gonna either be hanging out in the scarf or in your hair.
That's fine.
I thought he was gonna bury some nuts in his hair.
It'd make more sense to bury it into the scarf because then you could put it into the folds versus the hair doesn't really hold much unless you're hanging on.
I've got some curly hair. I got like a little stylish afro going.
Unless
This
he's
is all-
tying the nuts and stuff into the hair, your hair can't hold things like
oh,
that.
it's gonna hold it. Watch.
Okay. You want
What do you
nuts
think
and
about
berries in your hair?
elven hair? Yeah. Put them in
Okay.
there. Dry them out. It's
Okay.
gonna
I
look
think
like a
that's good.
bird nest.
All right. Well, I
Okay,
guess
out of
we'll head
character,
to
that
this
just
cave to
reminds me
check
of,
out.
what was his name? Radagast?
What?
Radagast?
Radagast?
Ratatouille?
From Hobbit.
From the Hobbit.
Yeah, it's Radagast. He's got the hat on that's got a bird nest underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never seen it.
It's been so long since I've seen it, I don't
I
remember.
don't know
that.
anything about Lord of the Rings. I know it is hobbits are a Lord of the Rings thing, right?
Yeah, it's prequel to Lord of the Rings.
That's pretty cool. And Kit climbs on Kit's shoulders.
Mhm.
You know, with some snacks. Obviously, with some snacks.
I
Gotta always have snacks.
suspenders and belt buckles and scarves. I got 17 earrings and I got a big mess of curly hair that you can tie things in like Christmas ornaments, right? And so I guess we'll head back to
Okay,
our wagon
smartass.
with Kit in tow.
And a little squirrel just kind of, like, as you're heading back to the wagon, he says, "Hey, this way," and he's pointing north as you're heading back to the wagon.
We're just going back to the wagon real quick, and then we'll head to that
Oh
way.
yeah, having Ratatouille me. Just grab a strand of hair in each one and just like pull on the left when I need to turn left, pull on the right when I got to turn right.
You're gonna have a hell of a headache after today.
I'm not tender-headed like some people. Pull
Squish.
my hair all day, it won't hurt.
Interesting knowledge to have.
Yep.
So
Just built different. Get it from my mama.
So if you follow the squirrel's instruction, he does lead you to a pretty well hidden cave entrance. Like it's not like your somewhat traditional, like there's a huge hole and it's like a like a hollowed out boulder kind of cave. It's a little more subtle than that. Like
But
more of a hole in the ground than it is like a big overbearing cave that you walk directly into kind of thing.
before we get to that area, can I show Vald the hole that I found that I almost fell in?
Yeah.
Or is it
Yeah.
the same thing?
They're different.
Okay. I didn't want to leave. I just thought about it as we're leaving. It's like, well, I want to, before it's too late, I want to be like, hey, I almost fell in that thing. And there's just like a little, I don't know, adventurer senses is tingling. You never leave any rock unturned, right? And I was thinking, what if there was a whole treasure chest under there and we just walked right over it? Could also
Yeah,
be just a bunch of
so
worms.
Take me to it.
It was like right up here.
Because soon Vald won't be goblin sized.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. While he's still small enough to fit into places, use it. And then we'll have to switch to Price. But Price is cantankerous and elderly. I don't know if he's as flexible as Vald.
Laura.
Laura's passed out.
But no,
Actually,
Laura's small.
is she? I thought she was more medium.
I think
I know
Herringons
she
are
said she was the
medium.
same size as. Well, they can all be small and medium, even humans now, right? That was one of the updates they did with Tasha's. Just because it, for people
yeah.
who were like dwarfism and stuff, they were like, it would be unfair to say that they're not humans. So they were just like, well, let's just be open minded. Everybody can be short and medium. Pretty much ish.
Yep, medium or small.
That was in the Morton Kaiser's Monsters of the Multiverse book. That's what that was. Sorry. Anyway.
So yeah, you walk up to this old rotted stump, which is at this point just a hole in the ground. Belch, I should say.
I will poke my head in it and
Pretty
see.
holy.
It opens up into drum roll, nothing but an empty area.
There's not even like a fruit pouch down there or nothing.
Nope.
Even with his devil sight that can see through pure darkness.
He just sees a big old opening.
No,
What's it like in
Probably where
there?
like the root system
Nothing
was.
Well,
Yeah. Probably just like where the root system was, but it, the rot and just the, soil falling away from it.
better safe than sorry, right? All right, there we
yeah.
go to the big
Good thing
hole.
you didn't accidentally fall in it while running.
Yep, totally unassuming in all aspects.
Are you sure
That's
you gave that a really good
suspicious.
look?
I'll hop down in there and take a look.
Oh,
Well, Mr. Anderson. Another natural 20. And at a +0. Oh, that's great. So, Vold, you jump down there. You look around, and it's just like, upon first glance, it seems like just another hole in the ground. Nothing stands out, nothing unusual, right? Because this was a tree, and this is a rotted out log, and there were roots in here probably at some point. So it just makes sense that as time and rainwater and time have taken their toll on it, it just sort of naturally formed this opening, right? That's what you would assume at first. However, when you jump down there, as you land, I should say, you kind of hear a thud.
Oh.
Not a thud like your feet hitting dirt. A thud like your feet hitting wood, or maybe metal. Something sturdy.
Stomp my foot and saying, I think you're onto something, kid.
Oh god, we don't have to go down another hole, do we?
Well, maybe you don't. I probably will.
Do you want to secure a rope to you just in case you need to pull back
Yeah,
out?
that would be probably.
All right, I would toss down the other one end of a rope and hold on to the other end for him.
And I will tie it around my waist. And then I will start to search around to find maybe like an edge, if I can, or anything.
So-
to get
We'll
a
just
hold.
play off the investigation. So, upon the investigation, because this is investigation, right? So this is you taking your time and going through everything. You move the dirt around, and there is indeed like a wooden, like a little wooden, what's it called? I had the word in my head and I lost it. Plank, like a wooden plank over. It seems like there's a wooden plank, but there's like a lock on it. Yeah. But there's like a lock on it, which is weird.
Like a little hatch.
Yeah.
Who has the? Anybody have like lockpicking skills?
Would be
actually, I
Kit took a
got
class.
I absolutely do.
same. I got an A+ on it.
Well, you might want to come down here and check it out.
Yeah, go for it, Kaito. If you struggle with it at all, I'll be happy to come down and give it a try.
So
I'm not
I
going
will-
down there.
I will.
Or sorry, Kit.
I will untie
I
myself
think I had
and
+7
hand
to lockpicking.
hit the rope so he can work on the lock.
All right, let me roll a thieves' tools.
Yes, sir.
Blah. Well, I got +7, so I rolled a 3.
Well, this part's pretty easy though, because this one's a very simple lock. It's so you manage to unlock it, right? You kind of get your tools in there, wiggle them around, and this is directly above the hole. So there's a lot of like rust and damage that was done to the lock, which probably makes it a lot easier to get some aspects, maybe a little trickier for others. But some of the tumblers are probably just also not just broken off too. Not sure how that would work now that I think about it. So that part unlocks. Do you open it?
I'm gonna look around as I'm taking my time with this, and I'm kind of like counting in my head, and like I'm doing little like just very by the book kind of things, right? And
3 plus
as it
4.
kind of clicks unlock, I'm like, now what they told us next is about disarming traps, because sometimes it's not enough to just put a lock on something. You want something that's gonna stab somebody with a needle or prevent, safeguard your treasures, right? And so what you never want to do is this, and then I just flip it open immediately. You never know what's gonna happen if you just.
And it opens to another door, but this one is metal. And this metal door is pristine. There is no dirt on it. It's like it was just crafted. It's almost still has like a freshly crafted sheen to it. However, the thing that stands out the most is a glowing symbol on top of it as the other door opens.
Hmm.
What is that? What's that glow?
Is
Can
it
you
just?
read it?
It's just the three of us down here right now, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm holding the rope up top, but I'm sort of here.
No, Kit, and Bald.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, it's just us, and then yeah.
Yeah, and I'm ready to hop down if you need me.
What can you make out that symbol?
I don't know. Let's. I'm gonna step into the room. Anything happen?
I mean, it's just like it's just an opening. So yeah,
I mean, we've
What?
seen runes on stuff before that led to bad stuff, but those are normally, I think, on like rocks and other things, not
A lot of
door.
dwarves are like subterranean, right? And they work in rune languages sometimes, and they like metals and that could.
Could Vald roll history to see if he recognizes it from one of the runes we've seen before? I mean, even though those other runes were probably pretty tied to Gan, right? Specifically.
Mm.
Probably don't.
Oof.
why don't you guys like copy the runes and bring them up here to see them better and for everyone to look at?
Could I also do a maybe I've seen this before check?
yeah.
I don't have anything to copy it for you guys.
Okay. I know Kit carries journals. Don't give me that crap.
If I can't recollect anything, what? Can't they just come down?
Can
Well,
an 8-foot centaur fit into a small hole?
Yeah, it's called squeeze.
Yeah, you can squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
But then how's it? Who's gonna
Stick that
pull
in your
anybody back
pipe.
up?
Okay. Look, we'll worry
It's-
about getting out of here later.
I mean, it's not that it's not like a 10-foot drop, right? It's about, it's technically 10 feet down, so technically like a 5-foot drop, really.
If we had to, we could all climb back out, right?
Correct.
Possibly.
Don't be possibly me, okay, man.
Maybe.
I'll probably just side and hop down to see if I know what the fuck this thing looks like. And
You
then
sure
also
could.
This
It's Kaido and Kalia presumably come down, right? I'm I'm gonna give them enough space so they can come look at this symbol and try to figure out what that is. And the metal door, which is like pristine, super clean, not dirty metal door, and just comment on. You ever notice how three of us have a real similar sounding names and how they're all like K's? Call you Kit and Kaido. It could be the 3Ks.
4Ks.
4Ks, because of Kit. I forgot about Kit.
Kit, Kaido, and Kalia.
I'm
I
not
like
There's just nobody named Cat.
I was thinking we should have named
Oh.
him Cat.
Actually, yeah,
Squirrel
the
named
squirrel
Cat.
Kit Kat. That'd be adorable. Well, now that I have a look at the rune,
Oof.
it doesn't seem to strike any memory for me. Oh, but I wonder. Nope, don't recognize it at all.
Their roles
Ooh,
are.
would there be any magical significance that might?
An Arcana check might.
I mean, you're the
It's not
book
my
learned person.
You know, that's a good idea. Bald says it, and I'm gonna pull out like a little tiny. These are almost like pocket dictionary size things, and I'm just flipping through. Like I know I've seen something similar, some kind of runic kind of. And as I'm flipping and looking and looking and flipping, that's a 20.
With a 20. What would you know on a 20?
Everything.
Well, particularly what spell? So you would definitely know just off of preliminary investigation, this is a warding spell.
Ooh, okay. But what kind of warding spell?
To which
Wording spell? People don't want warts that bad, or they want to give warts.
arcane ward.
If I remember, it's more to do with not just dwarves, but also giants do a lot of like warding spells. This obviously hasn't anything to do with giants, but I'm just saying it's
Not
out of
that
character
one.
because that's the book that it came with last year with the how to engrave like wards and stuff. It was really interesting.
I speak giant.
Really?
I
Try to say
think.
open and giant.
Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, I do speak giant. You really want me to say open and giant?
I mean, there's
I know
it's got like a 1%
dwarvish.
working. Try it in
Yeah.
both.
Okay.
I think
say,
dwarvish makes more sense than giant because a giant would have trouble fitting here and through this door.
That's
I'll
true.
say open in dwarvish.
Does anything happen?
Doesn't look like it. How about giant?
Okay, I'll say open and giant.
You say it
Nothing. And what?
They
in
did it
which
dwarvish
languages?
and then giant.
Dwarfish is what Val tried, and I'm trying giant. I also know infernal, but I hope to God it ain't that.
Do you
It-
say that out loud? Because if you do, I have something to say to you.
Pretty sure that was just out loud.
Well, I didn't know if you were saying out of character. But I'll look to you and be like, oh, you know Infernal? When they were doing well, Luana was telling me about the investigation into all of the cult activity and some really bad rain we had a while back. And it sounded like possibly the investigators had some relation to needing to know Infernal. So when we get back to town, you might want to talk to Luana about that.
Oh,
Okay.
And if the door is still not open, I'll say open in was it Solvik?
Okay, there it is.
Hold on. Sylvan.
I might as well try it in Elvish and Goblin.
Can't hurt.
We're all just talking at a door in different languages.
And I will add in some orc to those. 'Cause
So on that 20 Arcana, I kind of interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is essentially you gather, this is some kind of warding glyph. Or a glyph of warding. To which you definitely get it based on your arcana, just how it's inscribed in the door. You get a feeling that it was, well, somehow upcast to have some other features to it, but without a identify or like actual like detect magic, that might be a little tricky to determine because I don't know how you would actively be able to determine exact aspects of it without those. However, as you are all going through different languages, it kind of seems like, so you start off with giant, right? And at that point, a part of the glyph starts to dim, but not all of it.
Does this need multiple languages?
There was giant, dwarven, and then you speak dwarven, and then another part of it seems to dim. And you just kind of get the feeling that this glyph, and just based on your arcana, that whoever made this knew many languages, and the only way to open the door was to essentially know multiple languages.
Who knows the most languages?
I know 5.
I know just 3, including common.
I mean,
Oh,
technically
5
I knew
include-
4, but I don't think the thieves' cant is going to help us here.
I'm gonna turn to Kalia when she says that and say, "I peek say Eve's tay."
Well, Sylvan,
And out of character, I
Elvish.
don't know thieves' cant very well, so let's pretend I know what you said.
Out of character, that was Pig Latin for ice.
Oh.
Giant Infernal.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I was like trying to I wasn't even like listening that deeply to it, thinking that you were saying something in where thieves' cant. And I'm like, I don't know D&D thieves' cant. I'm so sorry. I really should learn it. And I guess then in character, I'll kind of look at you and be like, I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Oh, just I thought it was fun that we both have a secret language.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Don't
But,
sound too sure of yourself.
But you definitely get the feeling that there's more, because there's still parts of the glyph that are active.
So,
Ooh.
well, I said open in Sylvan, and
Yep,
then
that was
Kit was
one.
going to say in Elvish and
No,
Goblin.
Kaido was
Oh,
Elvish.
sorry, no.
No, I don't know Elvish.
Oh wait.
No, Kit
You got it
was.
right.
I thought
Yeah,
Kit said
okay, it was.
Elvish and Goblin.
We all started our characters with K so that we could confuse.
The only other language I know is Infernal, but if you want me to say an open in it, I can.
Do
Yeah.
it if they're still
Okay,
yeah.
open in Infernal.
That is
Or we
another
could pick,
tick.
like, Undercommon
Okay.
or Neflin or something, or Gnomish.
Gnomish.
You say it in
Is,
Can we
Elvish.
get
Where's
Sleep Flora
Elvish,
to speak halfling? That's the only
Goblin,
language
and
she
Orc.
knows.
Orcish.
Price. Price knows quite a
Orc?
few languages too.
It's not Orcish, it's Orc. That's weird.
Is Price still around? Or is he like out
He's
of character?
here, but I don't think he is here.
Got it.
I'm here.
Out of character.
Price
Not
is-
here. Oh, are
Just
you?
at the
Okay.
wagon.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna say, hey, Kaito, would you be able to like just kind of poke your head out of the hole there and maybe holler for a price? Or wait, I'm gonna turn to Val and be like, Val, you were able to communicate telepathically with Price, right? You want to call him over?
Yeah, I will telepathically urge Price to come to the pit. The hole.
What do you say?
Come north.
So-
shit.
So I will point out that your telepathy, you can telepathically speak to any creature you can see within 30 feet of
Oh.
you.
Oh, it was.
right. How about Kali? You stand on
I'll
my back
climb-
and you
yeah,
poke
yeah.
your head out and shout.
I
'Cause
can just
I'm
climb
not
out and go get him.
for that.
Just go get him.
I'm not
Right.
climbing out of this thing more than once.
What languages do you know?
Oh, I know Undercommon. I know Abyssal. I know Druidic. I know
Oh.
Common and Gnomish.
Okay, we need you. We need you
Oh.
to help assist with these languages.
Okay. What are you guys doing?
So we found this rune on a door. That's a warding spell, and when we speak open in different languages, it's getting dimmer. But we've used all the
Oh.
languages we know.
All right. Let's give it a try. I guess he'll go down and get in front of the door. Sorry if my cloak is in the way. Apologies.
I love that cloak.
I'll start in Gnomish. Actually, just he's gonna start with common.
Nothing
you
happens.
You guys are like, how many languages do you know? We need you. And he's gonna come down. He's just gonna be like, all right, open. Okay, we'll try a different one. And I'll just go down the list. I'll go Gnomish, Undercommon, Abyssal, and Druidic.
Let's see, Abyssal, when you say something in Abyssal, dims a little bit. Undercommon dims a little bit. Druidic. Now that's the one that is the icing on the cake. As the runes cease their glow, and I would say they dim down a good bit, and the runes themselves, the shapes, the geometric creations of arcane shapery, forms into words. Sorry, I closed the tab. I didn't mean to close. Okay. Open that back up. And there are words written in common that are now inscribed on the door. A bit of a riddle. Prepare your brains. What always runs but never walks, often murmurs, never talks, has a bed but never sleeps, an open mouth that never eats.
River.
That's what I was thinking. Nice.
Yeah, it's a river, creek, something.
I'm thinking river.
Is that your final answer?
It is
Yes.
for me.
Yeah.
You hear the door unlock.
Hey, I'm gonna give you each a high five.
Guidance.
Okay.
Guidance.
Like nice.
Get in
Just
on this,
every high
kid.
five. Every high five's pretty much guidance.
Good
Kid
thing you were
opens
here.
his
'Cause I
Oh,
was
yeah.
gonna say, I was gonna say something like dreams.
eyes.
Mm.
A river runs and it babbles, so it murmurs. There's a riverbed.
There's a mouth of a
Mouth
river.
river. Yep. But I like how abstract you went.
I almost think, how often are there just multiple answers to a same riddle? I feel like as ambiguous as
Almost
they
always.
are,
Yeah.
you could just kind of say whatever. Like what if the answer to that riddle was just riddle? That'd be really weird.
Well, it wouldn't be apt though, right? Because how does a riddle? How does a riddle?
Well, no,
run but never walk?
I hypothetically speaking.
I think you're onto something though. I think there could be. It's not a very good riddle if it has multiple answers.
Oh, maybe the answer
That's
is
a good
not a good riddle. Also,
Well, there-
OOC, I was just referencing that you told Lionel, I think his name is Lionel,
Yeah.
I wasn't there for that. So I just like in character, so I just the irony of him being like, yeah, what if a riddle's answer was actually riddle?
Yeah. The riddle I told where the answer was riddle, and then Lionel just didn't get
Mhm.
it.
It's like me. No, that's not it.
That's true because it could be a river or a stream or a brook or a creek or a creek if we're doing thieves' cant, a canal, waterfall, ocean, sea.
Hey, what? The
anybody,
door's
water,
open.
A lake,
I'm
a
pretty
pond,
sure-
a puddle.
I think we got it.
I mean, a lake wouldn't. It'd have to be a open-ended body of water to have a mouth. There is no mouth of the lake.
Well, what if the lake is
Well-
misshapen?
What about the bass that's in the lake. There's an open mouth in that.
That's true. Very
You guys
wide.
are thinking way too deep into this.
What if there's a lake that's inside a cave and the outside of it is the mouth, but then it goes deeper in and you can like get a boat and go inside the cave. And then if it had that inside, then it would have a mouth, which the mouth of the lake would be the mouth of the cave as well.
So, as you guys are talking, I was going to very stealthily go and open the door and just like try and peek through.
What's
but I
Talia
didn't even.
doing? She's not being very still. No, I'm sorry.
Well, I was thinking I didn't even make it to the door, and I tripped on a rock and like fell flat on my face on the way to the door.
You good, friends?
Oh yeah, we
Good.
should probably check to go see what's inside here.
Oh, yeah,
Sounds
not
about
just
right.
like
I'll be like, this ground is really interesting right now, and I'm gonna get up and dust myself off, turning a little red. Like,
What'd you find?
I found some rocks on the ground. Actually, yeah, they're bigger than pebbles. Very, very useful. Anyway, so what's behind this door? Let's see. Does anybody have like inspect for
Collier
traps
River.
on the door? Yeah, Collier River. Exactly. That's the answer.
It could even be a river behind
Oh,
the door.
I could
It could
definitely
be.
do that if you want. I don't want to brag, but I skeeted by with a D- in trap detection.
Well, that sounds good.
D's make degrees. That's what my dad always says. Because sometimes I feel down on myself and be like, as long as you end up walking out with some kind of degree or another, it'll be worth all the tremendous amount of debt that I've accrued. Anyway.
forget you have debt from school.
Oh yeah, it's well, with this new
I
adventuring
will
gig, I should be able to pay it
step
off in 62.
back. While he opens.
Can I investigate for traps?
You sure could. You always can.
Oh, nice.
Okay, crit.
You ascertain that if you were to attempt to open the door before disarming the runes, that, there would have been some explosive results.
Oh dear.
How? Where would
What?
the explosives have come from? In what way?
Oh, the
Can I
entirety of the
collect
door.
them?
Like, you'd get the feeling that the door itself would have just emanated explosion outward.
I'm kind of
Followed by, hold on, with the nat 20. It would have been an explosion, followed by the room filling with acid.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that
Glad
means
that
there
didn't
has to
happen.
be collected then.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, with
That
the
or-
23 investigation, that's what you know how in Fallout where there's like a string, and if you trip over it, you get shot in the chest with a shotgun kind of stuff. But you can look at it and be like, "Hey, I've got this now. I have a free string and a shotgun." That's what I was kind of like looking for. If there are components that were going to be released into this world, any kind of corrosive acid, or is there anything like? Because it's got to be contained in something. Could we take it with us?
We have
Or
a
was it
bottle.
part of the was it the spell generating it? Like, was it physical components or was it magically generated?
It would be magically generated on a nat 20.
Ugh. All right.
Because you don't really
But
see
I'm
any like
thinking-
pipes or anything in here that there's a predetermined like path where the acid would flow into here. So you'd get the feeling that it would just be the spell kind of filling the room with like acids and flame, which probably together would be somewhat explosive.
Okay.
Well, I think we're onto something.
Alchemy.
See, it sounds like this was quite the level of spell,
Yeah.
and with that much wording on it, it's got to be something valuable, or at least valuable to some person.
Yeah. That
Can
makes
I
sense.
quietly open the door?
You
Now that
absolutely
it's
can.
tax-free?
More quieter than Kalia, anyway. Never mind.
Oh, no.
That's awesome.
Look, I'm so excited about not only the like the riddles that we just had, like that's what piqued my interest, but then to be like, it's all paying off. Look at me now, Mom, right? I'm really making something of my life. And I'm doing this thing where I'm knocking on the doors and like, not there, not here. And it's like, see? And I'm just explaining as I'm going, I'm like, this is where the room would have filled with acid and melted all our skins off. And then like, as I'm so proud of myself for detecting these things. I just yank this door open, and I'm like, look, no traps whatsoever. And I just like they've all been dispelled, and I just say it super loud where my voice echoes forward into the room, projected above us.
And as
Maybe
the
even
door
I open and shut the door a handful of times just to show that we
See?
did it.
No traps.
Nice.
What's
And-
inside there?
As you open the door, it's kind of like a flash of light, like you know in movies where it's like as soon as you open a door or the character opens the door, it's just so bright, just because of the transition from being in sort of a dark cave to something well illuminated. And inside, you immediately spot something most interesting, actually, and it is right where we wrap up the session.
Nice.
That's not how you do a cliffhanger. Give us the good news, and then it's an alligator, and then we'll stop. Right?
I mean,
Can't provide
Yes.
any information.
We're on a little cliff right here.
yeah, it's a small
it's a very
cliff.
small cliff.
It's a
Yeah.
ledge.
I mean, it gives us something to look forward to for next week.
Yeah.
And he might want to continue to figure out what else is in the room before he tells us.
Oh, that's a good point.
So we got to give him time to make it really cool, right?
I feel like
Oh,
we've picked up a
know what's
couple
in
of
there.
side
You mean to
quests
tell
along
me
the
that he
way.
doesn't have everything planned out already? How dare he? I'm joking. I know better.
I messaged Price earlier, and I was just thinking, if he has a map of a forest, and he was saying, "Oh, there's this huge thing, and you can go left or right. Which one would you like to go?" And he puts us on a different map, and then we went down. We want to go down inside the dirt, and I was like, "We're gonna end up accidentally in the Underdark when it was supposed to be how do you circumnavigate this obstacle?" You know what I mean?
Maybe,
Right.
yeah.
Just dig to the center of the material plane.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We bet Molman.
Which is
got a new,
not even a
partner.
race. I had to make that custom.
I love it.
Oh man.
Is it
Surprised you
moment?
gave him a climb speed being under dirt dwellers.
Yeah, I
Makes
mean, I
sense.
figured like if they have these claws that are capable of like digging through dirt, then it just makes sense that those same claws could be used to like hook into dirt and like be used as climbing.
Okay, so they specifically can like climb around dirt stuff, not like randomly a tree.
And like well, I bet they could though, because tabaxi climb trees and stuff because of their claws, right?
Yeah, it gives them like leverage to pull themselves up.
They could dig these holes straight up and then also be able to climb through them.
That was fun.
All right. So I guess voting.
I was so debating like describing what was in the room for a cliffhanger, but then I was like, but then there's also a bit of a cliffhanger if like
Just
I just
nosy.
do that.
Well,
So
cool
voting.
thing is fresh for next time. So voting, I vote for Kit in his amazing application of what he learned in school in getting the first area unlocked, and then I wish I could give a vote to everybody for the teamwork it took to open the other door.
That
But
was a
Kit was
cool-
being very
That was a
courageous.
cool board.
I vote for Bald for super dark vision.
I was gonna say I vote for Vald for the dark vision, and then actually jumping down into this hole and
Yeah.
finding this,
that's true.
this chamber that we're in now. So if Vald gets the vote for inspiration, but it's also we blame Vald if it goes bad.
Exactly.
I vote Kit due to Kit second guessing my initial thought of not finding
That's
anything.
true.
And
Mhm.
almost forcing me to go back in there and double check. But then also Price for being the translator for
Mhm.
in allowing us not to have to fight people.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have been.
And we have
That
some
would have
new
been.
additions to our village.
Mm-hmm. Made some new friends. We met Foreman Franklin with S is silent, and still trying to figure out that one. Yeah, and I was glad that we didn't just OOC, just morality. I was like, we would just roll these dudes if we actually fought them. It wouldn't even be a fun combat encounter. We would end these moles so quickly. So yeah, it's good that we made friends.
Seiji.
My vote goes to Kit the squirrel because I absolutely love the little guy. Does that count?
Someone's gonna be very happy when they wake up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who's gonna be happy for Kit the squirrel?
Laura.
I think Kit the squirrel is going to be happy for Kit the
Someone who
squirrel.
wants a pet.
Oh, that's true. Flora doesn't even know Kit yet. Well, it's the second Kit.
Second.
Kit the squirrel.
It immediately went to my mind of like Pirates of the Caribbean, where they're like, we named the monkey Jack. It's like we named the squirrel Kit. That way it can
Yeah.
be super confusing when you see if Kit wants these, strawberries or acorns or something.
Why don't you just ask him yourself? Other Kit. Oh, that's why I gotta do
It's gonna
it.
be
Okay.
great. We're gonna split up at one point and be like, "Oh, can you run and go get Kit?"
Which one?
And they're gonna
Well, no,
come
they're
back
gonna be
with a
together
squirrel.
because Kaido gave Kit to Kit.
We'll see. Maybe we split. Maybe
We
we
might
split a couple
split up.
times. I
Hold
just
on,
love
I
the
see
fact
Kit,
that
he's pooping right
show
now.
up with a squirrel. It's like, no, not that Kit.
Yeah. We vote for Seiji.
Voted.
You can vote for a
She
player.
voted.
Oh, okay. And then I guess for Kit for chasing down the squirrel.
I will argue
Fucking love the squirrel,
right,
man.
that I got it last week, so we should give it to somebody else.
Then I vote Vald for his bravery in darkness and utility.
I'll vote Bryce.
That's 3 for Valve. Laura
I mean,
doesn't
I
get
can
to
use
vote
it.
because she fell asleep.
I did use my inspiration, so
Nice. There we go.
Someone else used their inspiration too. Wasn't that
I
Kit?
did. Well, I did as well.
Oh,
I used an inspiration
lot of
and
inspirations
3
got
luck
used today.
dices too. Or die. That way, when we get into a fight, who would need those?
Nobody. I need them.
you good?
Alrighty. So with that, gonna do a quick wrap up here. So they're heading out. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out and watching. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. And yeah, so we do this pretty much every Wednesday. This particular session every Wednesday at 5:30, sometimes 5:45, depending on how quickly we can get everybody in and ready to roll. And yeah. And I think that's the gist of it. My brain's kind of farting. Ooh, that was a 4-hour session. Maybe that's why. Yeah, for those of you on the YouTube, hopefully you enjoyed the show. Maybe sometime on a Tuesday or Wednesday, if you want to catch some D&D, drop on by. But this one is the 5:30 Pacific. Tuesdays are the 7:30 Pacific. Give or take the few minutes. Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out once again. And I could definitely feel my brain just being like, what words? So with that, I hope you have a wonderful evening or morning, whatever it is for you. And we shall meet again soon. I will be back at it tomorrow. Thursday. What game we play tomorrow? I have a feeling it's gonna be Noita. Oh, that game's kicking my butt. But yeah, probably gonna be back at Noita tomorrow. So if you want to watch me get my butt handed to me, exploded, melted, set on fire, flung into oblivion, or just eaten alive, by all means, drop on by. And my normal schedule outside of D&D is I usually start at about 6 o'clock Pacific and go for a few hours. So if you are curious and inquiring minds, then by all means drop by and say hello. I don't bite. Unless you want me to. Yes. Anyway. Until next time. Farewell, adventurers. Farewell.